such a beautiful light when I still want you closer. I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No matter what I do, I keep on falling for you. To get over such a beautiful light when I still want you closer. I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No matter what I do, I keep on falling for you.
SPY once again gapping up on positive trade announcement between EU, US, China, US delaying the China tariffs, imposing a deal between EU and the US regarding a 50% tariff pretty much across the board. That's obviously positive in the near term. Oh, turn the music down. Thank you. Mindfulness, appreciate that. I can definitely do that. Alright, so SPY very, very strong. It is just keeps on obliterating to the high side here. You can see the SPX daily chart is still absolutely mind-blowingly strong into a huge amount of resistance and actually breaking through this long-term resistance like a very, very vicious move to the upside here. Nevertheless, I still think that this week we are setting up for quite a bit of volatility. We have a whole host of economic data, earnings reports to get through. So just be aware that Wednesday you have the Canadian Bank of Canada interest rate decision, as well as the Federal Reserve interest rate decision and FOMC press conference. So there's going to be a lot of opportunity around that time frame. Maybe they want to keep markets buoyant, but I still think that there should be some sort of profit taking in the near term. Obviously, we are trending to that year-end target of about 66.98 on SPX, but we should see a bit of backing and filling before that. IWM last week came under a bit of pressure. Nice little pullback on IWM. It is gapping up slightly right now to about 225. I'd let the IWM sweep that high pivot before I consider a short. I do think that there's still some higher targets on the IWM, but we'll just have to take this in stride day by day. QQQ, that's basically not doing too much right now. Also continuing to press to the high side here. But you are trading in this very overbought zone on the RSI. Starting to get some negative divergences across the daily, the 4 hour, the hourly. So we'll just have to watch that. That typically does mean that there could be a bit of profit taking. All right, let's see what's shaking and moving this morning. I was looking to trade this SRPT on the long side last week. It never officially hit my level, but it's still on watch for a potential little long scalp. I would love to see it retest these lows, so that's what I'm watching for. SRPT. It's down by about 10 cents in the pre-market. Alright, we also have HUN showing some strength today. Very still chart. Looks like it's creating a bit of a basing formation down here in these deep dark depths of the abyss. You're hitting a major pivot low down here. Not a bad area if you're wanting to take it on the long side. Flirting with that long-term trend line. Quite interesting. 1.94 billion market cap. Yeah, it's got plenty of volume too. Obviously earnings is coming up. Alright, let's see what else. Nike catching. If you guys see any market movers, feel free to put them in the chat. Obviously we're just doing our pre-market scans right now, so we're just settling in. Nike right now gapping up quite sharply. That's a really nice breakout on Nike. A really nice move on Nike. And there's a bit of an inverse head and shoulders here on Nike that's setting up. You can see that it's broken out of this nice inverse head and shoulders pattern. Really on the daily chart. That's triggering today. So if Nike can keep building off of this, I mean, you got quite a bit of upside here. On NKE, we're talking about a 50% move from the neckline, which takes us basically back to plus 100. So keep your eye on Nike. That is looking quite firm in the near term. Pretty firm. Let's look at Lulu, kind of a similar sector here. Also just been battered and bruised down to some crazy lows here. You do have a weekly divergence, RSI. Let's look at that monthly chart. Monthly chart suggests you could go a touch lower, but I mean, I would be surprised if you don't get a dead cat bounce here on Lulu. Maybe a little bit of a run into its earnings, pushing back to this 240 level, and then if earnings come in negative, then you probably gap down back to this 215 area. But there's a lot of support here on Lululemon. It's definitely a lot of support here on Lululemon, for sure. Yeah. Let's keep scrolling through here. LNG, Cheniere Energy, catching a nice bid off of the trade deal between EU and the US. So that's up a few percent here in the pre-market. About a $10 move to the high side. That probably wants to go back to the top of this wedge pattern, fill this gap on LNG. It does look pretty promising. I just want to take a peek at natural gas really quickly. This looks to be putting in a bear flag here on the daily. If it breaks this little flag, you're going sub $3. So that one does look like it wants to see a bit of distribution to the downside, I would say. What else we got moving here? Right now you have 0.67%, Microsoft up 0.39%, Apple up 0.2%, Google up 0.6%, Amazon doing really well, that's up 0.96%, Meta up 0.51%, and Tesla obviously up 1.42%. So I'm seeing a pretty strong market rally in consumer discretionary. You have the likes of Tesla, Amazon, Nike. So Tesla's looking very good this morning as well. Nice pullback. Let's erase these areas. Tesla looks like it can potentially push back for the highs. And maybe this week Tesla wants to make a run for this gap fill. That would be very interesting. That would be quite interesting if Tesla can make a move. I mean, it's certainly only about 3.67% away. That could actually happen today if things stayed firm. And right now you are seeing XLY. If we pull up that chart, yeah, Tesla's actually ripping here. So look at the consumer discretionary chart. Basically, it's almost filling its gap, which tells me that Tesla has a strong chance of also trying to get to that gap. JP saying there's some deal on Tesla. Tesla Samsung 16 billion AI chip deal. Thank you. So yeah, that's obviously a positive news announcement. Appreciate that news there, JP. So again, this should be a top candidate probably for this week. A little continued momentum. It does seem that this earnings drop down was a bit of a fake out shakeout. So that's kind of interesting from my opinion, because it's almost trapped in more bear liquidity. shook people out of their longs, and you hit some major technical support. And Tesla, that bullish pattern, that inverse head and shoulders, could still be forming here. You know, you could just be creating one massive right shoulder here. That pattern is still there for a potential explosive movement to the 400 zone. Obviously, we're just chopping in a wedge, but we'll certainly watch that. Let's look at Home Depot as well, because that's also in the sector of its own there. Yeah, so look at Home Depot's chart, guys. A really, really healthy chart here. Home Depot looks like it's trying to break out of this inverse head and shoulders on the daily. You can see it's testing this little bit of a downsloping trend line, and it's peaking above. So right now, Home Depot is slightly negative, but the chart pattern is also suggesting some higher price. So I think if you go to your XLY basket, and let's just do that really quickly. XLY is looking like it could potentially take some leadership here. So just briefly taking a peek at some of these stocks in here. Obviously Amazon, Tesla, Home Depot, Nike, McDonald's. Let's see what that's doing. Daily chart not looking too bad. Starbucks. We are obviously long common shares. Still have a massive tight bullish consolidation range here. Target. Lows. So go through this XOY basket and see if there's any sort of positive setups. Obviously Chipotle gap down off of its earnings. But yeah, Ulta was one that could be influenced by the tariffs here. Ulta Beauty. Look at Ulta's stock. I mean, massive move to the upside. And it's still punching higher here. Alright, let's keep scrolling through this list. See what else is moving here. Ticker LIDR continuing to see some strength today. Wow, gapping up to the high side again. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy move. And look at this bullish golden cross that is occurring between the 50 and the 200, but just recognize that that's often a near-term sell signal. You got a golden cross occurring on the daily chart of LIDR, but that is a filthy move. Looks like you're sweeping this high pivot liquidity. Pretty crazy. You saw Bitcoin make an immediate move off of that tariff news, and it's really just been consolidating here since. Still doing these really, really large moves to the upside and to the downside. Still looks like a distribution range to me. Still trading inside of a very large wedge pattern, but the wedge pattern is getting bigger. Let's look at ETH real quick. Yeah, ETH is very close to a short. It did tag that 3,900. I'm still looking for a 4,000 short on ETH. I was very close to firing off a short off of this impulse move, but I was sleeping. WTI crude oil still trying to firm up off of these lows here. I still think crude has a strong chance of going lower and breaking down here, and it is into my short level. This literally is my short level on crude. But what I'm actually going to look for is maybe a sweep of this high pivot range. So call it 66.37-ish. I'd consider shorting crude up there. I'll put another alert there but we are hitting that downsloping trend line that I was discussing. So crude, I think, is very close to a potential short. Very, very close. keep moving here. ALB under a bit of pressure this morning. Albemarle Marley seeing some profit taking after it's had a beautiful move off of the lows, piercing that daily 200. You probably get a back test there. That's where the bulls want to hold. If the bulls loses 200, you're going back down to this gap fill around 70 bucks. RVTY. Solar stocks are catching a minor bid this morning. Nice move on BABA this morning. That's up 1.7% in the pre-market. So BABA is still looking constructive for a much higher move to the upside. Testing that 122 level right now. Hood is of course catching another bid higher here. So just a relentless name getting bought up on every dip. Palantir still making new highs on the session. What an absolute monster. Again, into a very big area here, but still remarkably strong. Just continues to grind higher and higher. You look at that weekly chart, very large negative divergence. But for the time being, it's one of the strongest stocks in the market, so it can keep going with the market as long as the market remains firm. RBLX, that's up about 1% on session today. Trying to push a little bit higher. AMD is strong this morning. United Health is strong this morning. Let's look at gold and silver really quickly. So gold continuing to come down. It's flirting with that 50-day moving average. But here's the thing. So what I'm observing on gold, guys, is obviously we're still in this very tight consolidation range. You've had a nice 4-day pullback, but this does look like you're putting in a potential lower high here. So the question is gold actually going to put in a little bit of a lower low? So I think that there's a strong chance we're at least going to test this low here and maybe even pierce it. I think there's a strong chance of that. So we'll obviously watch that. Silver at the moment also going through a bit of distribution. Silver's looking pretty heavy here, getting rejected off of that key trend line. Larger time frame on the weekly, it's still holding steady. Still inside of this breakout candle. 1, 2, this is now, you're coming up on your third week of consolidation, so it's digesting some gains. I still think silver can make another spike higher move, but definitely seeing a little bit of selling here on the daily chart. Not too many big moves this morning. Everything is kind of just having a controlled grind higher. ASML, that's doing well with the semiconductor complex. That's gapping up this morning. Let's look at some of these other semi names. TSM, that's holding steady. look at Micron here. Micron's another name that is hitting some daily chart support, backtesting your 50-day. So Micron should get a bounce here, guys. It really should get a bounce here. You had a nice multi-week pullback, backtesting your breakout trend line zone. You're hitting daily chart support. This is your first pullback to the 50-day moving average, really, since you broke out above it here. So you broke out in early May. You never ever truly hit the 50-day moving average. Bull flag right on the 200 and then an epic continuation move. So there should be some buyers stepping in here from Micron. Getting another alert on crude oil here. So crude is still trying to make that peekaboo breakout. And I said that we would adjust that short target higher. Look at that move on crude. My oh my, you're sweeping this high pivot. That is the short zone on crude, guys. So we are going to have a potential short on crude oil. Getting a golden cross on the 10-minute of crude. But that's the short zone, guys, on crude that we just briefly went over. So SCO will be on watch for a trade this morning. That's certainly. Let's look at some of these solar stocks really quickly. Enphase, ENPH. So sad on this chart, ENPH. ENPH still going through a massive distribution accumulation zone, still trying to build out this basing formation. Solar Edge, also going through a bit of distribution, but still in a strong uptrend, breakout trend here. We still have some earnings coming up on some of these names, so we'll see if they want to catch a bid. Still a healthy bull flag on ticker RUN. Golden cross on the daily is very close to occurring. Look at some of your high flyers from last week. So obviously last week we had Intel gap down quite sharply. Intel looked like it was consolidating to make a push higher and absolutely just got demolished. So the ticker open. So Intel's probably going to go lower to that gap fill. Does look like a high probable short. Open's trying to make a move higher here. How's this MCVT? Look at this MCVT, guys. Jeez, this one is on watch for definitely a short scalp. There is probably no option chain, but I mean, wow, what a monster. Look what you're trading into now, guys. Your 50% retrace zone, right at this $8 level. I mean, that's a big area of resistance. At least it should be. What a monster gap up on MCVT. Crazy volume there. Let's look at this SMX. See what that's doing. SMX also trying to get some follow through. I gotta zoom this chart in. It's so depressed. I gotta zoom it in so much. Nice little follow through there. Let's look at Lucid. I know there's a few Lucid traders in here. Lucid has a tendency to just give back everything. But holding okay here. If you lose this green impulse candle here, that's a very negative sign for Lucid. So your line in the sand is really going to be around that 275 zone. Let's look at WVD. That saw some volume on Friday. That chart is very extended. This one's probably going to see some profit taking sooner or later. Same sort of chart with GEV. Just a monumentous push to the high side. That's another name that should see at least a decent pullback to this, test this liquidity on this wide range green bar. Let's keep scrolling through here. CNC. That name saw a nice reversal off of the lows. Really nothing to do there yet for me. It is slightly positive on the session. Let's look at some airline stocks. AAL. AAL not looking too good off of its earnings gap down. Obviously, if oil price is higher, that could be a negative for the whole complex. UAL is looking much more bullish compared to certain other names. Let's look at DAL. Yeah, Delta, again, you lose these little impulse candles here, this daily 200, you're going right back down to gap fill. So it's very close, hanging on a knife edge here. The JETS ETF as a whole, let's take a peek at that. You can see you're getting that golden cross on the daily. The 50 and the 200 are intersecting in an uptrend. And what are you getting? A near-term sell. So back testing lower on JETS, then there should be a bit of a buy opportunity. SPY is actually coming in here a little bit in the pre-market. I am seeing some sell side pressure. All right, let's keep scrolling through here. We're looking at BBAI, Big Bear AI. This one is another chart that appears to be going through distribution here. Maybe you get one more spike higher of these highs. A lot of people are looking at this gap fill that's around 980-ish. But we'll have to watch this closely to see if it can squeeze. If the markets don't sell off, then it can squeeze. But if you break this little wedge pattern, which I think you're very close to, then you should come lower. At least retest that 50-day moving average. NIO, so you've seen a recent trend switch into some of your electric vehicles. So NIO has been a very strong name. Probably this week is going to sweep this high, pivot. I would say that that's a very strong chance, especially with the delay in the China tariffs, Trump pushing them by another 90 days. That's very positive. You know, so names like NIO, NEO, XPEV. XPEV's another breakout stock that has triggered an inverse head and shoulders. And it does look like it wants to continue pushing higher, slightly positive. Obviously, you have Tesla strong as well. Let's take a peek at Rivian. Yeah, Rivian's chart isn't looking too bad. If you can start consolidating above this 50-day moving average, Rivian's probably going to go for this high pivot sweep here. So I'm suspecting that 1470 is on watch this week for RIVN. Let's look at QS here this morning, QuantumScape. So QuantumScape's just going through, again, some distribution in this region. It's a nice pullback. For the bulls, if you're bullish QS, which I'm not, your line in the sand is this green bar here. You lose this green bar, there's really not much support down till about 760. Obviously, if you keep holding this area, that's an aggressive buy. You can look for a bounce back up into your gap, maybe a sweep, but QS is just range bound for the time being. Let's look at this Octo from Friday. That had a really strong move to the high side. That's gapping down. Let's look at Ford this morning. So Ford is one that should see a benefit with the trade deal. I do think that that's a strong scenario. Scrolling through here, seeing if there's other big movers. Not too much that I'm eyeing up this morning, guys, other than waiting for SPY to pull back. Again, gapping up here in the markets, that's probably the best setup, shorting SPY, taking some put options. But again, all of last week we saw the morning session that he just kept this market absolutely buoyant. Obviously, we did make some money on some 0DTEs last week, but they were tough. It was tough. It wasn't like you enter the 0DT and the market dumps. They kept things buoyant for a little bit longer than I even expected. And then they had hard sells into end of day. So we'll see if they do some sort of a similar price action. Let's look at some of the high flyers from Wall Street Bets. KSS, not looking too pretty there. KSS does look like at least it needs to backtest that 200 again. We'll see if that wants to shape up. DNUT, Krispy Kreme. Krispy Kreme's chart is looking a little bit better intraday. It's up slightly on the session here. I think Krispy Kreme could be going for another little bit of a squeeze higher. We'll see. As long as it holds above this wide range red bar here, I think Krispy Kreme's got a good chance of pushing higher. So we'll call it 437. It needs to hold that area. Krispy Kreme. Let's look at AEO. Nice gap up on AEO. AEO is one that we tried taking some lottos on Friday. They were positive initially off of that buying pressure, and then they just kind of fizzled out. Obviously, we got stopped out. Nevertheless, AEO is still trying to break out of this bit of a inverse head and shoulders, and you can see it actually is gapping up right now through the zone. So AEO has triggered this inverse head and shoulders. First TP is 12. The upside pattern off of this move, if it starts to squeeze, is 1280. Let's look at BIRK, Birkenstock. Chart BIK, still looking pretty bullish. Gapping up this morning, continuing to grind higher. Still a name that I think we can get more out of. I do like the chart of Birkenstock. High short interest. This name is starting to grind higher and higher every day. You're coming up to this next volume shelf here. Point of control. You're actually above it right now. So if you chew through this volume and get really above, this value area high, this 5420, this one could have a very, very sharp move to the upside. That's when I do believe the shorts will start to cover once you get above this value area high, 5420. That could go through a short squeeze. on Birkenstocks, BIRK. UNH shaking and moving today. UNH is trying to firm up at these lows. Obviously, UNH is a big one. Earnings report that is approaching, guys. So this is going to be very influential for the overall stock market and XLV. But UNH, I like UNH. I think the fundamentals make a lot of sense. We're writing some call options, upside call options already. Starting to dip my feet into them, a couple grand here or there. I'm even considering buying common shares and just tucking them away in the long-term port. I mean, its valuation makes so much sense. I think they absolutely decimated it on this last earnings forward guidance. I don't think it's going to be as bad as people are expecting on this next report. So. Oscar right now, still going through some backing and filling. A name that we traded with great success, OSCR. We've taken full profits. We've traded this twice now in profit, just common shares. And basically, we caught a beautiful move off of this lower boundary trend line. Sold into our target, netting a lovely double-digit gain. Oscar, I think, is going to come lower, guys. I now see Oscar retesting this liquidity, grabbing it, and I think Oscar is going to hit this longer-term trend line, going all the way back to your low in 2023. So that's where I like Oscar, is a back test of this lower boundary area, kind of a confluence zone around 1260, 1270. Right? That's where I like that. All right, we got 8 minutes here till the open. Eight minutes till the open here. Let's flip back to our QQQ and spot. Actually, before we do that, we'll look at a couple other names here, guys. MP. Cabin wanting to look at MP? Sure, we'll look at MP. Yeah, nice consolidation pattern. MP obviously is extended on the weekly, but it does look like it wants to push higher. You're holding this first initial pivot. So yeah, MP could still squeeze a bit higher here. Not a bad chart. Not a bad chart at all. Sure at all. Look at this MVIS, guys. That's absolutely pumping to the high side here. Yields are slightly flat. Oil's still strong, guys. Oil's very, very strong right now. MVIS punching to the high side here. It's another strong mover this morning. All right, let's settle in here, guys. I'm going to flip to dual charts. We got 5 minutes till the open. SPY's obviously had a nice pullback here into the open. SPY's actually about to go negative here on the session in the pre-market. But you can see it's made a pretty decent high on SPY. Let's do that chart there. So you can see SPY still trading into this upper resistance zone. Still strong. Shorts are still favored off of the gap up. But the question is, when do they want to sell it, guys? I am definitely still looking at SPY puts. But the market is still holding steady for the time being. NVIDIA probably wants to give us a new high sweep, all-time high sweep. So I'm watching that as well. That could be when you see a bit of a pullback. Once NVIDIA gives us that high sweep. Bitcoin seeing a little bit more selling here. So BTC is seeing some selling. SPY puts look favorable. But we'll wait a little bit before we jump into anything. So Qs are stronger than SPY. IWM is stronger than everything. So small caps are seeing a little bit of liquidity today, guys. Markets are pulling back slightly here. Wouldn't be surprised if SPY dips back to the negative side. All right, we are open here, guys. We are open. Microsoft dipping. Nvidia is still strong. AMD still holding steady. Swept those highs, guys. Microsoft coming in, guys. I'm also closing my WST, guys, short. This is gapping down, hitting target price 2. Closing that WST short, guys. FYI, we hit target price 2. That's from a couple days back, so I'm all out of that name. IWM coming in. SPY still holding steady here. Microsoft has gone negative, so you have a big boy seeing some distribution. Nvidia is still holding steady. AMD is still very, very strong. SPY is still coming in slightly. Trying to push right back up. IWM seeing a little bit of selling. Meta still strong. Bitcoin almost down 1%. Tesla seeing some distribution. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen, guys. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. SPY puts are favored. LiDAR, LIDR is still holding steady. Intel's trying to move up. AMD up 3% on the session. Monster, big bounce on Microsoft coming into play. IWM still looking pretty weak here. Crude oil is still very, very strong on the session right now. SPY coming for another move to the upside. SPY still going through a bit of distribution here. Nvidia is still holding near that all-time high. Alibaba, guys, absolutely ripping here. Alibaba's ripping to the upside, up 2.5% on BABA. Microsoft seeing a little bit more distribution. IWM still coming in. AMD still trying to squeeze to the upside, up 3.4%. Starting to see some top wicks, guys, on Nvidia. Coming in slightly. CRVO, that's catching some volume. Open still trying to move higher. There goes a little bit of a wick on SPY. IWM still looking quite heavy here. IWM's coming in hard. IWM coming in much, much harder right now. SPY seeing a little bit of selling off this area. Nvidia still green. So here you still have the Qs outperforming everyone, guys. QQQ still outperforming SPY. Outperforming the IWN. You have some strength in some semis. Bitcoin again below 119. Oil still charging higher here. Nvidia seeing some top wicks. Nice move on Crocs. Meta's still holding steady. Bigger dip in SPY. Tesla still holding a little bit of strength here, 0.37%. Netflix is green. QuantumScape down about 3%. Nice dip on SPY. SPY is seeing a little bit more selling. A little bit of SPY. So selling. IWM is trying to fill its downside gap. So SPY is still looking a little bit heavier. Coming in here on the 1-minute chart. You have the IWM basically going negative, so seeing a pretty big sell in the IWM, and this could be setting up for a larger head and shoulders pattern, guys, on the IWM 15-minute, where we could see the IWM head to is this trend line today. Call it 223.20. Puts are looking very favorable in IWM for day trade shorts. That's coming in really, really hot right now. Again, the Qs are still outperforming, but SPY is about to go negative on the tape. So SPY is looking like it wants to go negative. Some top wicks on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still trying to hold near those prior day highs. You're still holding steady. Intel up a couple percent. Holy, what the heck is the Cell C? That's up 200%. Cell C. Crazy move. Nice move on Crocs still occurring. That's starting to come in just a touch here. AMD is still a monster to the high side. Meta still up 1.4. That's doing very, very well. Bob is still up a couple percent. The IWM, guys, has now gone negative. So IWM has gone negative, guys. Let's see if SPY wants to follow suit. Remember, the markets are very, very extended. I mean, I would not be surprised. You have a ton of resistance. Trading into the SPX here, hourly chart. But that IWM has briefly gone negative. Microsoft still trying to hold steady. Your semiconductor SOXX is your bright spot of the market right now. That's up 1.38% on the back of NVIDIA and AMD. SPY trying to push a little bit higher here. Open OPN, that's still up 1.7, NVIDIA still up 0.7, Intel up 2.2, AMD up 3.6, Tesla slightly green up 0.68%, NIO is still positive. SMCI, nice move on SMCI today as well. That's up another few percent on the session, near the highs of the session. AMD is just such a monster. I mean, I'm so shocked AMD hasn't had any sort of a pullback. Maybe it happens today. But what a monster move on AMD. Intraday chart is just extended like you cannot believe. One-way freight train to the upside. Huge, huge overbought condition, but still trending here. People are buying up this stock like you cannot believe. Alright, IWM catching a little bit of a bounce here. Still trying to trend higher. Your Dow Jones Industrial Average has gone negative. So if you're wanting to short prior day high on SPY, that is a short setup, guys. SPY short off of prior day high is a short setup. I'm going to get into some 637 0 DTEs right there, guys. 637 0 DTEs. Starter position filled at 67 cents, guys. SPY put. So I just started a SPY put position right for prior day high. Semiconductors are still trying to move. Nvidia's bouncing sharply. Big push back up on SPY. Nvidia bouncing sharply. IWM still trying to bounce. My next ad, guys, would be a pierce of this high, a sweep of this high of day. I will add to my SPY short, my 0 DTs. So you are still seeing strength from Nvidia. Tesla trying to push right back up 1.15% now. Microsoft back to the green side. All right, guys, a nice little rejection there. Nice little rejection. Come on, give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more, SPY. Markets are still very, very strong right now. Beautiful rejection there, guys. Beautiful. Come on, give us more. Give us more, SPY. Come on, give us more. IWM seeing heavy selling here. Here we go. Come on. Take us, take us, take us. Take us to the gap. IWM's gone back to the negative side. It's flirting between positive and negative right now. Because they're still trying to hold steady. Nvidia's still trying to hold steady. SPY coming into a little bit of selling here. Come on. Give us that lower high breakdown right off of prior day high. Come on. Lower high potential. Look at SPY dumping, guys. Beautiful little move. Come on. Protect that trade. Do not let these zeros go against you. Give us a new low. Give us a new low. Come on. Knife it. IWM new low of day. SPY puts are printing, guys. SPY puts are printing. Come on. IWM just gave us a new low of day. Let's see if the S&P 500 will. Come on down. AMD's still holding steady. Nvidia right back up. Tesla's still ripping. All right, guys. I am going to make sure that you don't lose on these SPY puts. Just keep a break-even stop loss. We're up about 20 cents here per contract. But you get semiconductors and Qs are making another push higher here. So it seems that sell-off liquidity that liquidated from the IWM is flowing right back into your megas and your semis. AMD printing another high of day. Nvidia going for another high of day. Tesla still near the highs of the session. Soft, they're still seeing a little bit of selling. Google's negative, IWM's negative, Microsoft's negative, Apple's negative. Come on, SPY, drop it lower. We're still riding these SPY puts. You still have strength in your semiconductors. Nvidia is still trying to hold that high of day. Remarkably strong. Come on, SPY, give us a knife through this area. Semis are still trying to push here. IWM still seeing more selling. Come on, SPY, give us more. Take SPY negative. SPY's just about to go negative here, guys. So again, leadership in the Qs. Really decent divergence today on SPY and the Qs and IWM. Alright, you had time to take a lot of profits there on SPY. I'm just going to manage a break-even stop loss at 67 cents, guys. My stop loss is sitting at 67 cents, break-even. If you're wanting to trim and take some profits, by all means, but I'm looking for the S&P to go negative. IWM just printed a new low of day, guys. IWM just printed a new low of day. Come on down. Come on down. Here goes SPY, guys. We're absolutely crushing this short so far. IWM is still knifing, guys. Tesla ripping up 1.95. Qs are definitely holding steady. SPY getting bought up right now. IWM still knifing, down 0.11%. Google negative. Apple negative. Microsoft just hanging on by a thread here. SPY still holding that 1 minute EMA 113. Sandwich right in the middle of its opening range. Underneath prior day high. But it's trying to hold steady. Tesla is absolutely printing to the high side. Almost going for that sweep on Friday's highs. Tesla ripping here. Come on, give us a little bit of a pullback. QuantumScape down 5%. Nvidia still at 0.92. Intel's pulled back, but still up 1.21. Your SOXX is still up 1.5%, leading the charge to the upside. A little bit of weakness creeping into financials. That's why SPY and Qs are having a really large divergence right now. Nvidia still perking up here a little bit. IWM is bouncing. Quite a bit of red on the screen, guys. There's quite a bit of selling occurring under the hood of SPY. Let's look at the RSP divergence here. So look at RSP, guys, down 0.39%. There's quite a bit of selling occurring in the markets today. It's just being disguised yet again from your mega caps and your semis. APK looking at Datadog, DDOG. Yeah, Datadog's strong today. But again, I still think that this market should have a really decent pullback. I mean, tough name for me to trade. maybe you get a push to 152, but printing a potential hourly hanging man candle, yeah, you could get a push into that gap. But it's going to be tough if the market goes through more selling. And I'm seeing quite a bit of selling here. Your IWM is breaking down. SPY RSP has broken down and gone negative. Look at IWM just knifing to the downside here, guys. SPY puts are absolutely printing here. We're back up 20 cents, guys. Let's go. Take us lower. SPX wants that gap fill, guys. Come on. Let's keep going. We're up 20 cents a con, guys, on these 630.70 DTEs. NVIDIA coming in a little bit here now. SPY, come on, SPY. Come on down, SPY. Come on down. Puts are still working out here. We should break this opening range low and head into that gap fill, guys. IWM is still selling off pretty hard here. Very large divergence between SPY, Q's, IWM. RSP continuing to sell off here. But do not let these 637 SPY puts go against you. Just maintain a break even. If you're wanting to trim down here, by all means, but I'm looking for a bigger move down. This is barely a sell-off that has occurred in the markets. We'll see if the trade deals become a buy the rumor, sell the news. Obviously, SPY was hitting a pre-market high around 640. Netflix is still strong. Tesla's still shaking and moving here. NVIDIA still up 0.86. AMD still up 4, over 4%. Come on, SPY. Google down by 0.2. IWM down by 0.2. Bitcoin seeing some more selling now. Your Dow Jones Industrial Average, that's also negative. You do have some weakness in some of the S&P 500 sectors, so that's where you're seeing selling occurring underneath the hood of this market. So you can see that in terms of your sector performance, guys, you only have XLY positive, XLK positive, and XLE positive. Every single other sector in the S&P is negative, guys. We're seeing a lot of distribution in this tape. A lot of distribution. Let's take a look at this sector analysis here. Again, your important sectors that are holding this market up, or your tech, are still holding steady. But look at the red across the stream. Transports, industrials, retail, regionals, materials, communication, financials, industrials, staples, real estate, utilities, healthcare. And you still have the market trying to push here. And it's all being disguised from your SOXX, right? Look at your semiconductors. Keeping this market near the highs. NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, SMCI. Those are your bright spots in the market right now. IWM catching a bit of a bid here. Big push back up on SPY, guys. Really decent push back to the high side. Bounce across the board. AMD is going to be a market leader that we need to watch. As soon as AMD starts to top here and sell, that's probably when you get a bigger leg lower in the S&P 500 and Qs. So keep your eye on AMD because AMD is a market leader right now, outperforming pretty much everything. So as soon as AMD puts in a little bit of a near-term top, that's when you'll get a bigger move to the downside. But for the time being, AMD is one of the strongest large cap stocks there is, printing just a new high of day there. Obviously, it's trading kind of in a world-class zone with NVIDIA. NVIDIA also pushing here. But a really big divergence between small caps, the S&P, and the IWM. All right. SOXX still trying to push a little bit higher here. Tesla's strong. Nvidia printing another new all-time high, guys. So Nvidia is still continuing to surge here, all while the IWM seeing more selling. There's a pretty big reversal right off of that prior day high zone. Come on, SPY. Give us a bigger leg lower. AMD just printed a new high of day. SPY is still trying to move higher here. IWM at the lows. SPY trying to push. QQQ stocks are still trying to hold steady. SPY still in a very tight, choppy range. Starting to see a little bit of selling. Apple, Microsoft are firming up here. Still seeing the market trying to grind and float here. Nvidia selling off. Pretty hard sell-off coming on the Nvidia 5-minute chart. SPY's pushing, so money's rotating now back into RSP. IWM is still holding negative price action. Google's still down by 0.4%. JP Morgan's negative. Eli Lilly's negative. Coinbase is negative. IWM's now firming up. Semiconductors are seeing a little bit of selling. SOXX is coming down. But SPY pushing right back up. So you're seeing a little bit of rotation. Minor rotation. We're talking about minute rotation. SPY is still trying to grind a little bit higher here. You can see it wants to potentially charge back to the highs. Doing a bit of a liquidity sweep again. IWM pushing right back up. Big push. SPY going for another high pivot sweep, guys. That's why you manage your trade with break-even stop loss. So the next short zone on SPY comes into a Pierce of 638. Pierce of 638. Big push in the equity markets. Relative strength coming back into the S&P 500 here. Really big relative strength. You're sweeping that high pivot liquidity, guys, on SPY. Remember, SPY's pre-market high is much higher. Much higher. Again, 638 I'd consider getting back in. $638, I'm going to look to load back into the 637 puts, guys. It's aggressive, it's risky. So that was a big liquidity pump back into your RSP stocks and IWM. Google's still struggling on the session, guys. Same thing with crypto. Nat gas has gone negative. Still have pockets of strength in crude and energy market. So if we pierce 638, guys, on SPY, I will look to get into the 637 DTEs again. IWM has gone back to the positive side. So it seems like on this pullback, the liquidity that's flowing into the SPY has come from NVIDIA, and it's come from a little bit of AMD. So some of that liquidity that we've just seen selling in the semis has come back into RSP. I mean, look at that bounce off your 10-minute EMA 113. Google's still struggling here on the tape. Get ready. I'm gonna get ready to enter 637 0 DTEs again. We have a much better zone here to short off of. This is gonna be a half position for myself. Come on, give me a Pierce of 638. Almost there. Getting some top wicks. IWM is also into a short zone, guys. If you're wanting to take IWM puts instead, they look very juicy here. Looking at the 223 puts on IWM, they probably will work out quite well. Guys, I'm in IWM 2240 DTEs now. I'm trading IWM 2240 DTEs. Half position. Just pull back on SPY right off of that double top liquidity sweep. Pull back in SPY. Nvidia seeing a 15-minute engulfing candle. Still 2.5 minutes left on that candle formation. So you're seeing semis go through a little bit more distribution. So we flipped back into the IWM because I am seeing a little bit more distribution there. It is the weaker indices. SPY had a nice recovery with RSP. Nvidia is still seeing a little bit of selling. Still at 0.67. Tesla just made a new high of day, guys. Look at our Tesla calls. Absolutely moonshotting here. Back to the high side. Tesla's a monster on the session. Breaking above that Friday zone. That is beautiful to see. Really, really stunning to see. I like that a lot. Like it a lot. Up 2.69% on Tessie and squeezing to the high side. I would add to my IWM 224 puts, guys. If we pierce this prior day high, I would take my second fill. At a pierce of this prior day high. Right now, 10 contracts short. It's very small. Light. So IWM pushing right back up. I'm going to take my second entry here, guys, on IWM. SPY's printing to that 638 level. That's the short zone on SPY, sweeping that 638 zone. Monster move yet again in the markets, continuing to grind higher and higher, minute by minute, day by day. So my new average on IWM is 39 cents, guys. 39 cents. And I have 20 contracts short. SPY still into that area, holding steady. So again, SPY tapped that 638 short level, still holding steady. I'm picking on the IWM now because it's a little bit weaker than SPY. So again, my average on the 224 0 DTEs is 39 cents, 20 contracts, guys. IWM puts. Tesla's still printing to the high side here. Bitcoin down by about 0.9%. IWM slightly negative. SPY's obviously green still. Google knifing to the downside. It's trading below 192, down 0.78%. Why is this frozen? Still seeing strength in SPY, guys. Still seeing strength in SPY. Stuff there on the IWM, guys. Really good dump. Come on down, IWM. Get these 224s. TP1, I have drawn here, sweeping that low, guys. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Give us more IWM. Come on, give us a big down move, man. We're due for it. We are due for it. This market's barely given any gains back. I mean, barely. Bitcoin now down 1%, guys. BTC falling a little bit more. AMD curling in from the highs. Your SOXX is starting to see a bit of distribution here. There's a bigger fall on SPY. There we go. Come on down. Gold is still falling to the downside here. The Dixie's making a nice move to the high side. IWM back to the negative side. And chop it down. You can see there's a large EMA 113 on the IWM chart here there where you're bouncing. You can see SPY held that 1 minute EMA 113, so there's definitely more relative strength in your large mega caps. Tesla's still ripping here, guys. My oh my, what a monster move on Tessie. Lucid now down 2, QuantumScape down 6, BBAI down 3.72, LIDR has seen some liquidity outflows. Tesla's still moonshotting, guys. Damn, Tesla's a beast, guys. Tesla is a beast today. Looks like we're in the position to make money on both the put hedge that we took on earnings and our upside call play that was looking pretty grim. We're basically flat right now, break even on our Tesla 340 calls, and we made 175% on the put hedge. So Tesla right now is shaking and moving to the upside. Look at that beautiful measured move. Symmetry. What's symmetry on Tesla? That is stunning price action. AMD is still an absolute monster, but that is starting to come in. AMD should have a large pullback. I mean, it's one of the more extended stocks in the market. Can't believe how high it's gone here, just based off of pure momentum. Huge breakout. I thought this 3-bar surge on the weekly was the complete move liquidity sweep, but it decided to do a 4-bar surge. Just a monster to the upside. IWM, guys, we are now back in control on the IWM. It is starting to come down. Sweep those lows, guys. TP1 is coming in. TP1 is coming in, guys. Anyone that shorted SPY off that 638 level, you're laughing. You're laughing. SPY backtesting its little breakout trend line. Let's see what it's made of here. Look at that bounce on SPY. What a monster this index is. That's why I'm picking the IWM. I don't know. The SPY's just freaking. They're doing some weird things to the S&P. I think that small caps are due for a little bit more. I still think small caps can have a chance of testing this 223 zone, guys. But what I'm going to do, I have 20 contracts on the IWM, 39-cent average. I'll trim half of them here. When they get in the money, pierce to that 224. And then TP2 is a little bit lower. Come on, print it to the downside. Come on. Come on, small caps. Sink firmly here. So it's trying to firm up. Wow, look at run, guys. Ticker Solar Edge catching a nice boost here today. That's starting to trend, solar stocks. You have also ticker run. Ticker run is also trying to break out to the high side here. It's up a couple percent. Very interesting. Nvidia just holding steady. Semis are getting another bounce. IWM, give us a new low, guys. Give us a new low. We are absolutely printing 224 puts are in the money, guys. Come on down. Everyone had opportunity to enter that short with us. After taking a break even on SPY, we flipped to the weaker indice. Even though SPY bounced sharply off of that 638 level, these 224 puts are printing to the downside. And get ready, we're coming up into TP1, guys. So I'm going to trim half on IWM and leave runners. Let's go. Come on down. Give us a little bit more. You know you want new lows, IWM. I can sniff it. I can smell those new lows, guys, on IWM. It wants it. Don't even hold here, IWM. What are you doing? Give us a new low of day. Come on. Take us down. SPY still seeing some accumulation off of that EMA 113. You saw it hold down here, and it's holding once again. The fact that we're holding on that 1 minute is crazy, insanely bullish. The amount of buying that's still coming into this market is just mind-blowing, guys. Mind-blowing. Guys, Bitcoin getting sold into now at 118. BTC getting absolutely knifed into here. Look at Bitcoin near the lows of the session, down 1.13%. What an absolute weekend liquidity sweep. Market makers are absolutely loving that. Again, a huge distribution range for the time being. SPY pushing right back up. Nvidia, AMD stocks still strong on the session. They just do not want to give us big moves. Big moves down. The big moves are definitely to the upside still. Tesla still up 2.61, but coming in on a 10-minute sell-off pattern. UNH is starting to move a little bit here, guys. GameStop is seeing a little bit of positive flow, breaking out from its lower base here. We'll see if GameStop wants to firm up. That's put in a really strong reversal. Watch GameStop because that one could potentially try to squeeze to the upside. Netflix is still up 0.64. Tesla still up 2.5. Big bounce in the IWM, or sorry, big bounce in the S&P. Which way is the S&P wanting to go? Crude oil is still up 2.6%. Gold is down 0.7%. The Dixie's still strong. We're pulling in from the highs. Yields are taking a little bit of a breather here. Come on, give us a new low of day. IWM. American Airlines still holding slightly positive. SMCI up a whopping 5.38%. SoFi is down by 1.32. Because they're still holding up. So UNH is trying to find a little bit of an intraday base, trying to build off of to move higher. But you still have a lot of weakness in RSP, quite a bit of red stocks on the screen. Today, your commodities like gold are getting hit, uranium getting hit, nat gas under a bit of pressure, oil still holding steady. Palantir's gone negative, Roblox has gone negative, Hood is still seeing strength, Meta still up 1%, AMD still a monster on the session today. Baba is still doing quite well, but coming in from the highs. Teladoc slightly positive. Solar stocks are seeing a little bit of liquidity. Starbucks is green. Mixed price action, your home builders. Tesla is still consolidating near the highs. Bitcoin still struggling, so crypto under quite a bit of pressure here. JP Morgan's flipped back to the green side. Pretty big reversal down on SPY there. Wow. Capital One, that's still up 1%. First Solar's down 1.7. Oracle slightly negative, guys. DraftKings is under some pressure this morning. Chipotle Mexican Grill, another down day for CMG. ALB, that's down sharply 8.5%. Let's look at that Charter Communications again. CHTR, we traded that with huge profits on Friday. What is that doing? That one's making new lows on the session. How's Marvell doing? I haven't taken a peek at Marvell in a little bit. Marvell breaking out to the high side, coming in now under a little bit of pressure, but still looking strong. Oh man, I wish I still had my Marvell from several days ago, but it is what it is. You win some, you lose some. Paper handed that trade. Alright, what else we got going on here? I'm just scrolling through some master lists here, guys, seeing if there's any other day trading opportunities. XYZ holding steady, AMAT holding steady. Celsius under a little bit of pressure. Let's look at the CMG, Chipotle Mexican Grill. I'm very interested in a swing trade on Chipotle if it sweeps these lows, guys. ALB, that's under an immense amount of pressure this morning. That's coming in pretty hard. SMCI still up a whopping 6%. Very strong move on SMCI. TPST, is this stock going through another squeeze event? Wow, TPST. Looks like TPST wants to go through another bit of a squeeze. Our biotech's about to take a little bit of leadership here. Keep that name on watch, guys. TPST up 9.5% today. Looks like it could try to push through this EMA 113. Not looking too bad there. Not looking too bad. Airbnb, that's showing some strength. FNGR, traded that a couple times. That name is still holding. That looks like it's going to make a 3-bar surge, going through a bit of a short squeeze event. FNGR, guys. Finger motion. Very risky high flyer as well. EQT, Nat Gas, resource stocks under a bit of pressure. Fubo down a little bit. Fubo is usually a good play into the English Premier League startup, which I think starts mid-August, August 15th. So the English Premier League is the biggest soccer league in the world. So I think Fubo still has the rights to that. So usually you get a large influx of signups around that mid-August period as people want to stream the English Premier League. And then obviously you have a whole host of other soccer leagues. Italian Serie A, Spanish Ligunda. But soccer obviously is a big market. Most popular sport in the world. ANF doing well today, Abercrombie and Fitch. So maybe the Wall Streets are switching from AEO to Abercrombie here. Interesting. Maybe ANF's going to take a playbook out of AEO and do another ad on their own or something with another influencer. Uber, slightly negative today. Lululemon is seeing some positive price action. That's still a very oversold name. We're still short the IWM, guys. My average is 39 cents. Still waiting for a bigger move down to 224 zone. ACN, Hershey are coming under some pressure. Let's take a look at those names. Yeah, look at this ACN chart. One more sweep of these lows, guys, and I would consider a swing trade long on ACN. That's for sure. I do like trading that ticker. Let's look at Hershey. Hershey's still strong, coming in a little bit here. How's Pepsi doing? Pepsi also coming in a little bit. Another name that is consolidating quite nicely. All right, we're getting a little bit more selling in the S&P and IWM. Let's flip back to our IWM chart. Let's see if we can flip into our TP Zone 2. Come on, IWM. Knife it. SPY. If you took that 638 short up there, you're still laughing. IWM, I'm still holding 224 0DTEs. We're up nicely on the trade. Looking for TP1 here. We should get a big move down. I'm up at about 11 cents here. Nvidia's still holding steady. Same thing with Tesla. Tesla's still acting well. Stochastic's trying to firm up. GME still green. UNH still slightly green. AMD up 4. Croc slightly green. Silver juniors are getting slapped here. SoFi down. BBAI down 2.64%. Come on, IWM, take us back in the money here. Microsoft back to the negative side, just slightly. Was testing the highs of the session yet again, breaking out of a nice little consolidation pattern. Apple's chart does look constructive, guys, for another push higher. I'm still bullish Apple into the end of the year, riding those 225 upside Jan 16th calls. I still think there's a lot of meat on the bone for Apple to push. QuantumScape down 6.27%, guys. Still waiting on these IWM puts, guys. These IWMs, they want lower, but SPY right now just holding steady like an absolute champ. 10:40. I'll stay on for another 20 minutes here, guys. Manage this IWM trade. Again, markets are still holding steady. Another day where indices are green across the board. Are we setting up a potential little 1 minute head and shoulders pattern on SPY here? Potentially. We need to break this little neckline zone. And then SPY could potentially dump at least 78 cents from the neckline. So maybe maybe a little head and shoulders pattern. Obviously, it hasn't triggered yet. You can see on the vice versa side, you're trying to test the top of this wick, this wedge pattern to break out. Tesla, nice bull flag on the 10-minute chart. SPY's breaking out of this wedge. Is it a liquidity sweep? Or is it a true breakout for new highs? Looking very strong though. SPY testing at opening range high. You can see the relative strength and relative weakness. IWM is below its opening range, but SPY is trading right at its opening range high. So clear divergence yet again in the markets. Bitcoin still down 1%. IWM still slightly negative. Nvidia up 0.9. Microsoft flat. Apple up 0.4. Google struggling today on the session, down by 0.74. Semiconductors are your bright spot. Still a lot of sectors in the S&P are red, but you got your semiconductor saturation still propelling things higher. Nvidia is still trading above 175, just slightly off of its all-time high price action. SMCI shaking and moving to up 7.38% on SMCI. What a monster on the session. LIDR almost going negative. Open almost going negative. Big Bear AI down 2%. NIO slightly negative. Warner Brothers, that's up 2.19. These markets are a tough shorting a bull market. Tough shorting a bull market. QQQ up 0.4%, still pushing here on the NASDAQ. Pretty decent rejection there on SPY, guys. IWM is trying to recapture its opening range. 5-minute impulse candle. Tesla curling to the downside, guys, just ever so slightly. Still seeing more selling. IWM is just slightly negative here. I'm still holding my 224 zeros in IWM, looking for a bigger sell-off. I'll be right back, guys. Just gotta grab some more coffee. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, volume, I have myself muted. So the bearish target price is if you trigger this little neckline. That takes you down to this level, 630, 670. Now, if you hold this neckline, then you could push up to about 638.50. So you're kind of 50-50 right now, risk to reward. Obviously, markets are very extended still across your larger time frames. But you got to give the markets the benefit of the doubt. It's still holding higher highs, higher lows. Still in a very strong uptrend. Very strong uptrend. Tesla still up a couple percent, but pulling in from the highs here. IWM is trying to get going now. trying to push back up. SPY trying to trigger that head and shoulders, guys. SPY's on a knife edge here. It is seeing some hard selling. Microsoft going back to the negative side. So 1 minute head and shoulders, guys, is triggering right now. On SPY, 1 minute head and shoulders pattern is trying to trigger. Bitcoin's still down 1%, gold down 3/4, nat gas down 1.28%. Yeah, honestly, AMD is extended. I'm already short, getting my ass handed to me, but AMD is definitely a short in this region. If you're wanting to take it, for sure. It's crazy. It's doing a liquidity sweep with a high as well, a nice negative divergence intraday. If you're wanting to get into put options on AMD, that'll absolutely work in my opinion. It's even better. SPY breaking down, triggering that head and shoulders. Now you have a scenario where the IWM is not really following suit. SPY getting sold into quite a bit more here. But head and shoulders is now on watch for SPY. Bitcoin still trading just slightly above 118. Nice drip lower in SPY. Negative divergences and positive divergences are a technical term that you use when you observe divergences in the RSI and price action. So if I just simply put it here on AMD, I'll use AMD since you asked about AMD, but AMD made a sweep high here on price. Okay, so it made a higher high, but you look at the RSI, it didn't make a higher high. So that's a negative divergence. And you can use the same thing for positive divergences where price action makes a lower low, but maintains a higher low on the RSI. So that's a negative divergence. Come on, IWM. Dump IWM into our target zone. Come on. And this is a pretty big bear flag on IWM. It appears to be. Let's just see what type of a downward move we can get. Yeah, down to 223. I'm going to lower my TP2, guys. You can see why the IWM is holding here. Big point of control zone. Ryan saying this week I'm trying to make premium money. Sold 2 SoFi puts at 19.50 for 25 cents a piece. Next week selling HIMS puts. Let's take a quick peek at HIMS and SoFi. Wow, what a monster push there on Tesla, guys. Tesla's absolutely a monster 5-minute candle to the upside. Yeah, SoFi looks like it wants to come lower here. SPY dipping there. Another little low of day on SPY, guys. SPY is about to go negative there, but SoFi does look like it's going through a bit of distribution down here. Tesla's still squeezing. Let's look at HIMS, HIMS. Yeah, HIMS is still a strong stock right now, holding steady, but I'd still be careful. You're right at that resistance zone. SPY's still dripping, guys. SPY's still dripping. Still riding these IWM puts, looking for a bigger move to the downside, but as of now, you're holding that point of control. But look at Tessie, guys. Huge volume on that candle there. What an epic little 10-minute candle. Pump. Boom. Look at that candle. That's insane. Boom. Monster. You are seeing a bit of distribution in the SOXX coming in a little bit. See if Nvidia wants to see a little bit more selling itself. Microsoft coming in. $340 calls for, what are you looking at? UNH? Looking at UNH? For Tesla? Oh yeah, for Tesla, I'm still in my 340 calls. Absolutely. Absolutely. I didn't want to give those up. That's how we just took that downside put hedge off of earnings. We took the 327.50 put, one contract for about 900 bucks, printed 175% on that trade, so that hedged our downside volatility. And now these contracts are basically, so basically that put hedge was free money. That's what that comes to. But yeah, Tesla's squeezing. I still like Tesla. And we could still see Tesla become an inverse stock, right? Apple and Tesla could still be a little bit of an inverse play to the market. You know, I still think that there should be some distribution in semiconductor land, and the beneficiaries for these stocks would be Tesla. Yeah, nice way. Thank you, thank you. Tesla's still squeezing here, guys. Tesla's still trying to squeeze, even though the market's coming down. Tesla going for its gap fill, guys, today. Imagine that happens today. That would be epic. Just absolutely epic if that happened. Yeah, they never dip. They're insane. The AMD and Nvidia, right? That's what people are paying for, I guess, the quality leaders, right? There will be a dip eventually, but you know, the problem is we still have the reason these markets are so strong, even though I still think there will be a dip in the next 1 or 2 weeks, but we're still in a very strong uptrend. I mean, we still have some year-end targets on the S&P 500 that are higher. So, I mean, I still have a 6,600 on SPX. So, we still have higher price targets in the market, which is why the markets are holding such strength. Look at Tesla. I mean, look at that move. 328 printing here. SPY coming in though. And again, SPY did trigger that head and shoulders, guys, on the 1-minute chart. So this bearish price target does come into effect. And look how extended we still are on the SPY chart. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if SPY wanted to even try to come back down to the low of this channel today. You know, your prior day low is all the way at 634. Even this bottom of this wedge pattern, guys, on SPY, it's such a very sharp upsloping wedge pattern that, you know, a pullback back down to the low of this wedge would basically be a minuscule $1.85 pullback on SPY. That would be nothing. You have a major gap down here, but SPY is starting to drip, guys. SPY is starting to drip. IWM coming in, guys. So again, if you're still short SPY, wonderful job off of that 638 level. I'm still looking for a big move down on the IWM. It's been holding right at this volume zone, this point of control. You have a point of control, you have a 5-minute EMA 113. It just does not want to give it up yet. No, don't. I wouldn't be chasing semis up here. Curis, C-U-R-I-S, opinion, it's a penny stock, but it looks good fundamental-wise, tons of potential. C-R-I-S ticker. Not familiar with the name. Let me pull it up here. Coming into earnings on Thursday. $22 million market cap, average volume is 144,000. So it's very light volume. Very light volume, which means that even as us as a collective, it's tough to get exit liquidity. You don't want to be exit liquidity. You always want to have exit liquidity. That being said, obviously any stock can, its volume range can spike if it catches some potential momentum. But yeah, definitely in a strong downtrend, lower lows, lower highs on the weekly. Tough name to trade. Trade right now. Just trying to see if I see anything. Looks like it found support. Potentially. Potentially has. It's one more low. Probably going to give you one more low, Ryan. This one might give you one more low. Obviously, earnings can change anything, but probably gives you one more sweep of this low. So just be careful. He read some stuff about it. Trials, if they could clear it, could get $15 share within next week. Yeah, we'll see, right? We'll see. It's definitely a speculative trade, but I haven't done anything back end, so you're probably more abreast with the company and know what's going on. So I'm just making a pure technical judgment here. I haven't looked into anything regarding this company. So keep watching it. I mean, the technicals tell me, but obviously technicals can change if you get a big fundamental news, right? Alright, so we still have the IWM hugging that point of control volume zone. Just does not want to give it up. Platforms quarter 2 revenue seen around the high end of the guidance. Is that helping Meta right now? Not really doing too much. Nvidia is still strong. Tesla still at the highs. SMCI still up 7.5. AMD up 4.6. Come on, SPY. Come on, IWM. So we are seeing a bit of semiconductor distribution. Nvidia still holding at 175. Pretty nasty negative divergence on Nvidia's daily and 4-hour chart. IWM still riding these 224 0 DTEs, but looking for more downside. Wow, this Duolingo chart is getting absolutely clobbered. DUOL, look at that move down on Duolingo today. It's actually coming into a bounce zone, guys. You have an oversold condition. You have this gap fill zone. We might get a day trade long on Duolingo here. This is a heads up. Let's do a little bit of work here. Crazy move. SPY coming down some more. Still waiting for these IWM puts. Come on. On Duolingo, flush into this little bit of a gap fill. Yeah, guys, we have a little bit of a day trade long here on Duolingo, guys. I want to see it hit this gap fill, and I'd consider scalping it on the long side. Duolingo making a full round trip. They're bouncing it slightly before here. It's a tough one because the option chain isn't that big. You're only looking into the August period. NASDAQ vape stocks surge to 600% after 10x capital in treasury. YZ Labs these 5 million. What, Duolingo? Why did it fall? Probably because it's been so hyped up on FinTwit. Guys, keep a Duolingo window open. I am looking at trading this on the long side. Just going to look at some common shares for a bounce. These are my two long levels on Duolingo. Right around 335.85. First entry, common shares. Second entry will be around 334.85. So about $1. We're seeing SPY knifing to the downside here. Still holding IWM puts. SPY's absolutely printing to the downside. Bearish TP. Obviously looks to be coming into play, guys. Come on. Knife it down. Knife it down. Knife it down. Again, I'm looking at scalping Duolingo long, D-U-O-L. For a bounce trade. Still holding IWM short. Duolingo might be even into a bit of a swing trade minor level. IWM back to the negative side. IWM's drilling, guys, with the S&P. Look at this. Look at this move. Puts are back in the money. 224 zeros are back in the money. We're triggering a bear flag on IWM. It could absolutely knife here. SPY dumping quite sharply here, guys. Beautiful little down move. Beautiful little down move in the indices. Come on. Come on, IWM. Keep going lower. Keep going lower. 224 puts are in the money on the IWM, but we should go a little bit lower, guys. IWM is coming into target quickly. Come on down, IWM. Look at SPY knifing, guys. Beautiful down leg there. IWM still has a very large bear flag that is about to trigger. Look at SPY knifing. Wow. All right, we got to sharpen up this larger time frame on SPY. SPY achieved that bearish target, but you're now back inside of this channel. So don't be surprised if we can go even lower on SPY today. There will be some support. SPY breaking down here, hitting bearish TP target. You can see you're back testing your 5-minute EMA 113. Look at the sell side pressure. This tape. Duolingo coming into that gap fill. I got it on another window here watching it. Come on, give us more downside, S&P. More downside. Look at SPY printing near the lows. Again, anyone that's short, this is a trim zone at least on your S&P 500 puts. IWM still coming into target, guys. Our 224 puts are banking here. Banking. Come on. Hit TP1. Hit TP1. Come on. Give it to us. Look at this move. Let's go. Come on. Here we go. Contracts are up 65 cents. Come on. We've almost got a double on these IWM puts. TP1. I'm going to trim half of my contracts, guys. And we've barely gone negative on the S&P 500. So it looks like a big fall intraday, which it is. Contract structures change immensely, but we should go lower. Even though there's a mini intraday support level here, we should go a little bit lower. Come on, give us a little bit more, SPY. It's looking heavy here. 3-bar surge down on the 5-minute SPY chart would be epic. Same thing with IWM. They're trying to bounce it slightly here. Really big stick back up here. Duolingo hitting that gap fill, bouncing a little bit. Never officially filled the gap. Came very, very close to doing so. Come on, another leg lower, another leg lower. So you can see we hit bearish TP1. The head and shoulders is played out, but we're getting some continued selling off of that zone. IWM holding steady. Microsoft down 0.32, Google down 1.09. Big bounce on the S&P 500. It was a nice sell-off. Netflix has gone negative. Tesla's still holding steady, but you've seen some distribution in Google, Microsoft. Meta's looking a little bit weaker here. Tesla's still holding steady. Apple's pulled in from the highs. Guys, look at the bounce on Duolingo, D-U-O-L, right off of that gap fill. I never took a fill. I was looking for a little bit lower on Duolingo. No, I'm not looking to trade long. I still think we can go a little bit lower. The markets barely went negative there, guys. Qs, I think, will go negative today. Qs are still holding positive. But Duolingo bouncing ahead of my level. IWM still trying to hold this bit of a bear flag. Never hit my TP zone. Still think IWM is going to go lower. SPY right now bouncing off of an EMA 113 zone on your 5-minute chart. But SPY could still go lower today, holding the top of this channel. You're back inside this channel from last week. So you had this epic surge through it. Now you're back inside it. Still think we can go lower today. Duolingo bouncing nicely. Tesla's still a monster. Wow, Tesla's still a beast. Alright, Duolingo is off the table, guys, because it's bouncing ahead of my level. D-U-O-L off the table. I'm not looking at trading that on the long side. It needs to go a little bit lower now. Microsoft still looking a little bit weak here on the hourly chart. Come on, IWM. I'm still trying to press these 224 puts lower, guys. They are in the money. So we're up nicely, but we could have trimmed at the hot lows here. But I'm still looking for a lower price on the IWM. I'm trying to hold and be patient with these put options. Again, I have 20 contracts short the IWM. I'm looking for at least 100%, probably more. Here we go. Here we go, another wave of selling hitting the tape, guys. Another wave of selling. Come on, IWM, knife it, knife it. SPY trying to hold steady here. Guys, IWM's hitting target. Guys, IWM, I just trimmed half at 67 cents there. Trimmed half at 67 cents. Beautiful little tap of that zone. Beautiful. Amazing trade there on IWM, guys. Banking 71% on first trim. For TP2 to come into play. All right, so I still have 10 more contracts, but sold 10, making 71% there, guys. It was a nice little scalp. Just over 275 bucks on that trade. And looking for more. We still have contracts running. How I'm going to play the rest of these is a break-even stop loss, guys, at 39 cents. All right, break-even stop on my IWMs. But we've been patient. I still think we can go lower. Beautiful job. That trade is now risk-free. And we still have a very large bear flag triggering here on IWM's chart. You're just finding some support in the S&P 500 market. AMD looking a little bit heavier here. Nice trade there on IWM. Let's see if we can get some more on these runners. It is still looking pretty heavy, guys. Again, the downside level that I think on IWM is at minimum going to hit this trend line. And on a really, really bad case, guys, we could do a liquidity sweep of this area. IWM try to sweep this liquidity. Really big bounce there on SPY, testing that opening range low. Figma targets 18.8 billion valuation in U.S. IPO after bumping up price range. Wow. Ticker Figs. New IPO hot stock. Nvidia bouncing sharply here. All right, guys, I'm going to go quiet on the mic for a little bit, grab some early lunch. Nice job on the IWM SPY trade if you caught those. Just the two trades for us in the morning. Puts. We'll continue to scan the charts. If anything drastic happens, obviously I'm still here. I'll hop in front of the markets. I'll jump back on the mic. You're getting a little bit of treasury news right now. US 6-month T-bills. So it looks like there's an auction that is occurring. But nevertheless, nice job trading IWM and SPY if you caught those down moves with us. You were patient. I still think there's more downside on IWM. SPY is definitely a little bit trickier, showing much more relative strength because of the because of the SOXX semiconductors. But again, if anything changes, I'll jump back on here. You guys want to listen to music or another trading space? Another trading group? What do you guys prefer? Trading. We will put on the trading.
Looked at their prospectus, but they got a catchy sector that they're in.
So I'm watching Tesla intently. Got my eyes on these 335s. It can hold this level. I need Tesla to stay above 326.50. Stays above 326.50. I'll be in them 335s.
VIX sort of dying again, but the market's not reacting to that positively.
Because the market says the VIX is broke 2 times a day.
Maybe.
Bitcoin futures double bottomed and got kind of a push, trying to hold around 119,390.
Yeah, it went to 117.9. Didn't really make it to that 117.5 area that I thought it would go to, but it's still in the same general vicinity, holding support, and had a pretty good bounce. I like that. Yeah, the VIX is looking weird, bro. Like the VIX and the VVIX have been totally aligned all day, which they normally don't be.
Yeah, back up into the range. It looks like we're going, boys, for SPX.
Yeah, Google is in full bear mode. Google look like it wants to go down. Man, Google looks like it could go as low as that 184. I got support for Google at 188 and then 184.
Yeah, I'm pretty close. I'm at 187.51. So not too far from your 186. Yo, this 3M chart looks really good. Triple M, MMM, 3M Corp.
That's one I know son was talking about.
Yeah, I jumped into those with him. Was the 155 call for August 15th is the ones I grabbed. They're up 71%. $103 a con.
Devon Energy, ticker Delta Victor November, weeklies, 35 calls, 10,000 against open interest of 991. They're buying.
Damn. What is the premium on that though? What do the contracts cost?
19 cents.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's why I asked. It makes sense. Yeah, that's Jeffrey at the casino.
That Devon stock is currently 33.99 and near highs of the day.
I remember buying that thing at $16 and selling it at 50, and I didn't know shit about it other than it had an Oklahoma division.
That's hilarious.
Big ass. Look, when they started building the big ass Devon building down here, to me that was a no brainer.
New intraday lows for the VIX. 15.15 low overnight was 15.09.
Which is crazy because the VIX is dropping, but the market ain't popping.
Dollar index at a new high a day, 98,451.
There's a divergence there.
Can we please bring the U.S. dollar back to 110?
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's mentioned it. Oil popped this morning. It's up $2.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, of course you did. I mean, not in a bad way, but you the oil man now.
He's oil dollar, 10-year guy, and Gex guy, but he just he been negligent in his duties, derelict in your duties, bro.
Go into Gex right now, sir. 1 second. The power outage thing for my website.
Blame it on the rain. Yeah.
Currently, we're at, this is SPX Gex, 63.92.93, zero gamma 63.92 area. Major positive is 6,400. Major negative gamma is 63.80. It looks 6,400 has the most volume. They're removing the 63.95s, so this is going to be hairy. It's pretty much.
So major positive is still 6,400.
You're correct. Yes, that's where all the volume is currently.
And would you say major negative is at again? Was it 63.85?
63.80. 63.80.
Oh, 63.80. So they dropped it to 63.80. Okay. From the opens, I remember at the open you said it was 6,400 positive, 63.85 major negative.
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually reposted that Devon write-up that I did on the 8th of this month. When I posted that DVN was at $32, and it has all the price levels on Devon Energy. So if you would have gotten into Devon by now, you would have been up pretty nicely. I'm still in.
I just added Tesla 335s for Friday.
So apparently, speculation of IoT being a takeout candidate, a buyout on that thing. That's why the options are higher on the call side. Yeah, they're going for the 9/19 September 45 calls that Kevin called out. Y'all hear that? Hello?
Yeah, I
Okay,
hear you.
thank you.
Definitely.
Sorry, just everyone went dead quiet.
Yep. All good.
Oh, I was muted. I was responding and I muted. Sorry.
Some news that President Trump is projected to finalize trade deals with China, South Korea, and Argentina this month. I read something where the Argentina tourists don't even need visas because of the relationship with Mele. So I'm guessing Argentina is going to pump. MT, did you hear what I said about what is it, IoT? Takeover,
No, I
takeover,
just came back.
takeover speculation. Buyout,
Really?
yeah. That's
By
what
who?
all the all
By
flows.
who?
I don't know. That's just what people are.
Maybe private equity. Yeah. Yeah, I won't be surprised. The CEO actually ran Meraki, which was taken over by Cisco. This is one of the reasons why I'm very long on this stock. Right? They were, yeah, he sold his first company too. Tesla getting a little bit of a pump here.
This M pattern played out on Joby really nice on a 10 and 15-minute chart.
Tesla
Yeah,
pushing,
good
guys.
fucking eye on Tesla, cat. Yeah,
Oh, wow.
it's
Wow. Wow.
pumping.
That is,
Yep, Tesla
yes.
flew through my level 329. Let's go. There you go, guys. Over 330, I have 332.55 on
And I should
Tesla.
have bought more of it. Shit.
Yep, it's pushing. Uh, yeah, over 330, I have 332.55 on Tesla. Didn't Google have a Google Day this week sometime? Let me check this news. Yeah, I should add more to Google actually.
Google Day.
Yeah, ALGN. Yeah, you still have your AEO 12s, right?
No, I think I cut the 12s and I only got the 13s now. Let me go look. Yep, cut the 12s.
Hmm.
Come on, Tesla pushing, getting a real nice push. It's cleared 329.
Let's go.
Let's see what we're gonna do. What we're gonna do.
Over 330.
Google's starting to look like it's finding support. Apple's looking like it's creating an upside down H and trying to push. Meta's trying to curl to the upside, but still could possibly curl to the downside.
Home Depot up 1.39%. Over 380. Home Depot. Man, it double bottomed and it's just been off to the races.
Off to the races.
Yeah. It's like they're trying to rotate back into defensive name because McDonald's is starting to push as well. Mm-hmm.
I see a huge trade on Oracle or CL. This trader sold 40,000 of the October 17th 200 calls, bought 51,700 of the October 17th 230 calls for a net credit of about $5 million. This trade has two break evens.
Damn.
This trade has two break evens. On the upside, he has to get above 284 to break even. On the downside, he's got to get below 213 to break even. Otherwise, he's sitting right in Death Valley.
Which Death Valley?
He's sitting. It's sitting between his. The trade, as it's structured right now, will be at near max loss if Oracle does not move. And that.
Yeah, never mind. I figured that was a sports reference. I thought you was on top of it. Never mind. I should have asked J Dash that.
His maximum loss on this trade would be about $4.7 million.
Phil, dude, that's excellent call out, dude. I like that stuff. Thank you.
Bev, I would have gone with LSU. LSU. Roll.
That's the only one to go with. Aren't they the original Death Valley?
Well, I don't know in terms of like looking bigger than sports, California Death Valley.
No. Just talking about the sports.
Yeah. What's the other one? I know there's.
Give me a second, and I gotta think.
Clemson, I think.
Is it Clemson?
Yeah,
It's
actually,
Clemson.
I feel like there was recently like a lawsuit or something going on about that. I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna see what I can find on the internet.
Matt is still trying to curl over to the downside. It tried to bounce, but it just couldn't bounce. Meta just still looks bearish. Rocket Lab still looks bearish from earlier. Coin has found support and looks like it could possibly push higher from here. Complete turnaround on Johnson & Johnson, where it had a sell-off, found support, and bounce V-shaped recovery on Johnson & Johnson. IWM is looking like it's finding support. The Dow has found support and looks bullish again. The Dow looks like it's ready to push higher. Looking at Amazon with a rejection and looking bearish and looking like it wants to head to the downside, kind of like Meta. Apple still butted up against this resistance. Even though it started to look bullish, Apple could turn around shortly and look bearish again. Microsoft holding support, tried to bounce, holding support so far. Overall bearish tone, looking similar to Google. Tesla cleared 329 and still continuing to push. 330 en route. SPY and the Qs have held support. The aforementioned candle wick that I talked about earlier, it's looking supportive in the market and pushing the market higher. RSP, where it was looking bearish earlier and was starting to create an H pattern, has turned around, and now RSP is looking a bit bullish, and the VIX looks like it's headed for 15. Looks like the VIX is headed for 15 or lower. I got 1509 to support currently, and if that is lost, then it looks like the VIX will go fill that gap down to 15.
Dollar index 98,509, new high of day.
There you go, Jeffrey. Almost there.
Yeah, Big Kev. So recently, the Brian Kelly coach at LSU called Death Valley Clemson Death Valley Junior. So it started a little war of words between the two. Knew I saw something.
Well, that makes sense because prior to anybody ever knowing anything about Clemson and prior to Clemson's dominance for the 8 years that they had, they were pretty dominant. No one ever knew that Clemson was Death Valley, and everybody, when you think of Death Valley, you thought of LSU.
Macy's weeklies 14 and a half calls up to 19,500 volume against open interest of 155. Those are 6-cent options. They're not selling those.
Pretty fair.
M.
Pretty fair assessment. I'm sorry, you were saying?
Ticker M, letter M.
Silencius, were you ever a squawker? You have the delivery of like a squawker.
No, but I was military.
Yeah, very consistent, very precise, like very strong with your presentation.
DLTR on the 30-minute chart. So W forming on Dollar Tree. I'm also
Got that on my watch list. I like that.
Yeah, also getting a buy signal on the 30-minute chart. That W is also playing out on the weekly chart as well. I have 119 on DLTR as my target.
Yeah, Dollar Tree is one of those ones that I was looking at taking when I took a Wayfair. I just went with Wayfair instead.
Yeah.
Man, I'm just looking at all these different watch lists that I have, and just everything's fucking red.
Yeah, I know. I did a write up on Dollar Tree 2 days ago, so you guys could see that. I posted in the nest for you guys to see as well. But I like DLTR. And just FYI for the people in the audience, when I do a write up on a ticker, I have strong conviction on that ticker. So it's up to you to do your own due diligence at that point.
adding to my BE $40 calls for August.
Let's go. BE, baby.
Harley Davidson, ticker Hotel Oscar Golf. I have neutral to bullish trade on this. What is this guy selling again? He's selling the August 1st, this week's 22 and a half puts, and looking to collect the expanded premium on those. Harley Davidson reports this week on the 30th.
I'm still in those BE $30 calls for November. I'm down $50 on those.
That Harley trader sold, there's 16,000 contracts against an open interest of 371.
Don't look now, but Wayfair is still looking good, still pushing. Currently up 3.5% on the day. Well, yeah, I think Wayfair has a significant amount of short interest as well, so this thing can squeeze a little bit. I mean, the float is under 100 million. I think I forgot to mention that part. Can anybody hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, I'll drop down. I mean, Wayfair at least gets to 85, in my opinion. It may not make it to 100, but I say it gets to 85. Carvana, CVNA, looking productive on the 15-minute time frame. SoFi looking productive on the 15-minute time frame. QuantumScape looking like it's getting ready to push. Home Depot still bullish, continuing to push. Dollar Tree still bullish, looking continuing to push. UMAC, I referenced it selling down, being down 2.5% earlier. Double bottom bounced. Potential W pattern forming. Excuse me, intraday. Galaxy looks bearish and looks like it's creating an H pattern. WRD looks bearish with an hourly H pattern. MP looks bullish and looks like it wants some follow through. Nike looks bullish with follow through. Etsy, same thing. Going back to the general market, looking at Bitcoin. Bitcoin looks like it has an H pattern forming. Intraday looking like it's currently about to play out. The VIX, after having a bit of a bounce, looking like it's getting a bit of a rejection here. SPY, Qs, SPX all getting a bit of a rejection at downtrend resistance. Tesla got rejected at 329.50, currently at 328 and trying to hold. Google, second H pattern starting to play out currently. Meta still trying to figure out if it wants to go down or up. Apple looking like it's finding support and trying to bounce. Still 215 is resistance, so I wouldn't trust it. Amazon getting a bit of a bounce here, but overall looking bearish, has curled under. Speaking of curling, Coinbase looking like it's curling up and is no longer looking bearish right now. And Nvidia is starting to curl over and starting to look a little bit bearish. IWM getting a nice pop, starting to look bullish again, getting a nice little pop here, as well as the Dow.
Caterpillar new highs a day. It's 436.24.
Yeah, Caterpillar's having a nice push. Been having a nice push for a while now.
Let's fucking go.
I know, right? Yeah, I kicked myself in the ass on the Caterpillar trade. Like I was bullish Caterpillar a long time ago, but then I started listening to too many bearish people on talking about that, and I psyched myself out of that. I should have won my first mine like I normally do.
I got talked out of that trade twice in some of the bearish minds that I was listening to, and had to get back in.
Yeah, I did that too. I was listening to some of the bearish sentiment, psyched myself out of the trade. I blame myself.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I heard you, bro.
Yeah, this app, man. AEO, I was trying to let you guys know AEO is over 1210, up over 3% and pushing AEO.
Yeah, I went on disregarded the 12s and just rode with the 13s when it started pulling back.
Yeah, I'm still in those, the 12s.
Well, I had the 12s and the 13s, so I
Yeah, I know.
just let the 12s go and just roll with those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had the 12s to 13s, was considering grabbing the 15s. I was trying to just.
You were just laddering.
Yeah, I was going to go straight A-man mode on that motherfucker.
Let's see. I can't even see the speakers up here. I'm so over this app.
There ain't but a few of us. It's MT, Silencius, and Jeffrey. You and Jeffrey, y'all are the only speakers. J Dash and I are the co-hosts. I sent you the co-host invite. I don't know if you saw it. Let me resend.
I don't have nothing. Try sending it again, because apparently I got kicked and I didn't even know.
Bitcoin look like it's about to go test that 17. Go test that 118 support. See if 118 can hold this time. I don't think it will.
Big Kev, we got a request from the Mushroom Ape. I don't know who that.
Yeah, I brought him up. Go ahead, Mushroom.
I just quickly want to call out.
That's the crazy thing. I don't see any of the requests. I haven't seen a request for all day.
Yeah, I'm having technical difficulties too, Kev. So just FYI.
Yeah. Mushroom,
Yep.
go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I didn't hear you guys call this one out in the room so far. Just want to quickly call out Vision Wave. It's the ticker VWAV, and it's in the drone defense sector. They just acquired 50 million in equity line and 5 million in convertible notes. The chart looks crazy, but I got in at 3 something and I'm still holding. It's only up.
It's a 12 million float, so that's why the chart looks crazy.
Yeah, this thing is up 255%.
This thing was just at $24. This thing was just at $24 last week.
Yeah.
Is it going back to 24?
Actually,
Zero revenue, man. Oh my goodness.
I have 1325 on my chart.
Yeah, you got to bring us before it moves 250%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't follow. I'm not
It's
chasing this.
It was
Yeah.
not even
Jeffrey.
zero revenue.
It's another one of those pre-market, news came out, algo caught it, and that's the only way you get it. I mean, you take a chance
And
on
been
it.
Magoo ever since.
Hey, Monitive's in the crowd. I'm wondering if you are able to speak, Monitive. I have a question for you, if you're able to come up.
Did you guys see Weez ALMU? That one is pumping. That's up 6% today. Put some nasty green candles in the last several days, man.
That's one of them that V spoke about.
Yeah. I bought the pullback up $12 when she spoke about it.
Mm-hmm.
Double, man.
Yeah, so RSP, like I said, is starting to look bullish again. The VIX is trying to bounce a little bit. Bitcoin still look like it wants to take out the low. Q, SPX, and SPY pulling back. Tesla pulled back but held 328 and is bouncing off of that. Microsoft looked like it's creating an H pattern. Google double bottom bounce so far, holding that 191 level. Meta still look like it's curling over. Apple bounced. Amazon pulling back. Coin still looking like it's trying to bounce, and Nvidia still looks rather weak. Russell pulling back after the bounce, and Dow pulling back after the bounce. Bring out the bounce.
Mm-hmm.
Hey fellas, been a while.
Oh shit, we got a Georgie sighting.
Oh, wow.
Hey, I'm in SPY calls, 1 DTE 638, looking for 638 basically.
Got a saloon request. What?
Oh hell yeah, fuck saloon, bring
Man,
it
I
on.
don't see how I'm not seeing any of these requests. I feel so offended. Like I don't get to see any. This is so disrespectful, Elon. We are not amused.
What's up, guys? Big Kev, Boo Bear, J
What's
Dash,
up, bro?
Jeffrey. Hey,
What up,
hey.
bro?
MT,
How you been?
Yogi.
What did y'all do? Come together and was like, hey, yeah, we finna go bomb they space. Let's go. And Saloon was like, yeah, let's go,
Let's do
Georgie.
Yep.
Saloon is here. Let me go ahead and go full port long SPX.
Nah, bro. Not yet.
All right, not yet. All right.
Nah, that was back in at 4,800 below.
Yeah, no, right now I'm just in Tesla calls, man, and I got the
Good
335s for
move.
Friday, man. I was in the 330s from 323
Okay.
and just rolled to the 335s.
Do you see Tesla around 350, 360 in the next few weeks? Looks like it, right?
Yes.
It definitely looks like it, but the thing is with Tesla is so contingent on any of these, news events that could possibly crater the fucking stock or rip it, send it to fucking, 700.
Yeah. True that.
But it looks like it's en route to 370 is what it looks like it's en route to within the
Yeah,
next couple of weeks.
I'm sitting in the 400 calls for December 19th, Salom. So
Yeah, and he's been in those for a couple of weeks, so he's been bullish for a while.
yeah.
Yeah, man. I figured I would enjoy these 2 cents that I made.
Hell yeah, you probably had 50,000 contracts, so yeah, just multiply that.
Yeah.
I remember my partner Fo used to be up here and be like, "Yeah, man, I'm just trying to get 8 cents out of this move." You know, so that's he's scalping for 8 cents, but he probably had 1,000,000 contracts.
Yeah, I see him down there.
Yeah, one day Fo will be back. If y'all don't know, Fo was the one that started the. It was the USA Trading Pit. I couldn't keep the USA moniker because he coined that, so I just kind of switched it up and made it what it is, TTP.
Mm-hmm.
But for those that don't know, it was the USA Trading Pit. But we got a diverse. We got a whole lot of diversity in here. Like we're all inclusive. Everybody's welcome. Ain't just Americans.
Yeah, everybody.
We should call it the BB.
Tesla over 330 in pushing. Let's go, Tesla. Let's fucking go.
Kev, we should call it the BBTP.
Say that again.
The BBTP.
Yeah, I don't know. Everything, every acronym that I can come up with is super fucking sexual.
Well, I mean, you take it for what you want, but it's the big beautiful trading pit.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right.
But then people could be like, "Oh, it's Bull Bear's trading pit."
Yeah,
Someone could be like, "It's the
definitely
big
not
booty."
Bull Bear's trading pit. Yeah.
You know, Illy could come in and we call it the big booty trading pit. I don't know.
I can't. Like Kev said, everything is sexual with this one.
I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying. It has many meanings.
Just the TP.
Yep.
I don't know if you got that one.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one too.
Morning, folks.
Hey, good morning, Monica.
Monica.
Hey, so a question for you, because I know you're not a huge fan of Sundar. At least that's my perception from things you've said. I listened to a podcast this weekend with Demis, and he's just so impressive. Is there a chance he'll ever become the CEO?
Not Demis. He's a visionary. He's a thought leader. He's not a person to manage execution. We really need, either one of the founders back, or we need somebody completely new. I'd love to see, somebody like Dara come in from Uber and take over.
Wow, that would be
It's not going to be Demis. He's a visionary. He's a thought leader, and he's in the right place. I don't think he should be disturbed. There is more money than most banks have being invested by Google into AI, and he needs to be there.
Okay, that's fair enough. I listened. He was on the Lex Friedman podcast, and I mean, yeah,
No, I mean, look, it's good that he is leading that discussion on AI, and along with Sergey, and not Sundar, right? You don't want Sundar to be pitching AI too, because we started there, and look where it's gotten us.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that input. Yeah, Daria, that would skyrocket the stock.
Makes sense. Like, if nothing else, I'm pitching it.
You won me over just by saying his name. I mean, I think he's one of the best operators in the game.
Yeah, I mean, you need, look, it's 137,000 people, the company, and 300 going on 300 billion in revenue soon. So you need somebody that can run operations big time, while having trust enough in leaders, like in visionaries, and unit leaders to execute. But I mean, look, There's absolutely nothing wrong with Google other than management. The business is just fine, in spite of all the bullshit you hear. Look at the numbers, look at the growth they're generating. There's no problem there. It's purely, it's not even so much that the business leadership is wrong. It's just that there was a very negative narrative that started 2 years ago with the launch of OpenAI, publicly with their ChatGPT, and that narrative has not been overcome yet, even though the data has pretty much blown through any stupid ass projection that we see everywhere. It's just that the management has not managed to, has not done a, even half decent job of of countering that narrative, and that's all it is. I talk about this often, right? Microsoft in this period has put on $1.4 trillion in market, 1.5 trillion in market cap now, and Google has put on what, 200-300 billion. And where is the market share loss? Where is the cash flow problem? Where is the death of the search business? None of that is true. Then why are we underperforming? Google is literally 25% cheaper than the average S&P. It is 60% cheaper than Microsoft multiples. Google's more profitable. Why? This is the problem. When you don't have a management that's able to come out and explain what's going on, market makes up its own mind.
Excellent commentary. Hey, Monotip, thoughts on IoT buyout?
By Apple, I
I
think
didn't
that's
say
a whole
Apple.
lot
Is
of
that
shit.
is
But
that is that what?
you know what? I'll take it. I have a big position now. I don't care what happens, who buys them out, but it makes no sense. What is the synergy other than the fact that they have an app store they have an app in the app store. There's really nothing between Google and, between Apple and IoT. In fact, there's a massive amount of business relationship between Google and IoT. Much less so Apple. I don't know who buys it out, but if you go back to the last quarter and look at the numbers, it was sold off, I think, unfairly, and I think it's just recovering and making another run towards this earnings. I think that's all it is. If there is a takeover by Apple, I'll be very surprised, but equally
Who
happy.
said Apple? Is that the rumor, Monotip? Because that
Oh, James Altucher.
what's that?
There's a guy called James Altucher. He
Oh my
said that.
God! If
He
that
put
oh
out a
my God,
post.
that
Yeah,
guy's the biggest
exactly.
retard in the markets, dude. James
Yeah.
Altucher. Oh my God. He
Yeah. I've got to. Hey, I gotta go drop off my dog for grooming. I'll be back in 20 minutes.
Sounds like a fancy dog. Jeffrey, you ain't grooming your dog.
nope.
That's straight up. Straight up.
He's
Street
just a
boy.
Labradoodle, but yeah, we think he's a fancy dog.
Now Jeff is getting groomed.
What?
He sure is getting groomed. Yes.
Dell still holding Friday's high, still holding above Friday's high. Oh, I can see requests now. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, you did the update on your phone?
Man, I don't know what the hell ended up happening. Well, it was crazy because Jeffrey was in the middle of talking and then I just couldn't hear him anymore. And I was like, bro, you got to unmute yourself. Y'all was like, well, he's still talking. That was
Yeah,
weird.
no, there's some technical stuff still, obviously.
I'm gonna bring your guys' attention to Home Depot one last time. There's a huge cup and handle forming on Home Depot 2-hour chart. You're more than welcome to go to my profile, type in $HD, and you'll see my price targets for Home Depot. My next price target is 400.
Yeah, off of that. BLDR is up 1%. Nail is up 2.5%. People are still thinking rates, maybe some lowering the rates here.
I just grabbed Google 185 puts for the 15th
This thing
of
is,
August.
this Google is real dog shit, bro. Like I don't even know. You can't even
Yeah,
resuscitate
it
this.
can't hold its gains ever.
Yeah, ever. I mean, I fucking.
AMD today he hit 174, almost 175. Wow. So these gap ups, what's up with that?
Talking about on AMD?
Yeah.
Man, I don't know, man. You gotta ask OJ.
They
Ojash.
What's question?
they increased the price of their chips from 15 grand, the competitive um, GPUs from 15 grand to 25,000.
Wow, nice. Okay.
Yeah, so that's very bullish for them.
Yeah, essentially
Yeah, that'll do it.
they're showing that they can compete with NVIDIA's top chips in the real world, so they're charging more. I would do the same.
Yeah, AMD looks strong as hell too.
Yeah, not enough chips.
I don't know. It's just I don't know. It could pull back though.
I mean, I'm tempted to sell. I probably won't. That's dumb. But I
Well,
own.
no, I mean,
I own AMD shares that I bought at 115 in my long-term portfolio, but it's moved so fast. But yeah, I mean, it had been crushed for a year almost.
I mean, look. Okay, so I look at this weekly time frame on AMD. I'm looking at the momentum that it has behind it. I'm looking at RSI that's into the 70s. I'm looking at a MACD that's opened all the way up, green bars wide. This looks like it could have a prolonged move to the upside, like a prolonged type squeeze effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, hit that 200 real quick. Yep.
Yeah, and the way that the momentum stocks have been going, they pretty much seem to go past most targets out there. So,
Yep. Yeah, they overshoot.
and I believe we're in like a 5-year bull market here, like what is this, year 3? So I'll find other ways to express my displeasure with the market.
Yeah, that June, what was that? That second to the last week of June, that was the entry. That was the perfect entry for AMD. That was the trend line break confirmation hold, and then it just pushed after that.
What day did you say?
I was saying that second to the last week of June.
Yeah, I bought June 6th is when I purchased shares.
Nice.
And it kind of really never looked back. It had that one, it popped up, it dipped, sort of had a double bottom there in the daily, and then I'm like, fuck it, time to get in.
Yeah, what a steal.
Yeah, you had the perfect entry.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it did trade down to 76.
Over when you started talking about Home Depot, I mentioned Fortune Brands, ticker Foxtrot, Bravo, India, November. That thing's been looking pretty good and has passed through a call wall. It's reporting on the 31st of this month. And
Yeah, I remember when we made the call at the same time. Yeah.
yeah, this is looking pretty good.
Yeah, that chart does look good. That weekly look like it's setting up real nice.
So CRM is finally, yeah, I shouldn't say finally, it's just slowly grinding higher, almost at the highs of the day. These calls I'm in for the 275s this weekly, they're up a little bit. They're up 10%. So hoping we get pop over 270, but there's not much volume there.
Yeah, so let's just, I can see that Fortune Brands go ahead and making a play at 70. I'm just looking at the chart on how this weekly is set up. That's definitely not out of the cards. But I mean, I need to look at the chart a little bit longer. So Meta back to looking bearish again, looking like it's still. I mean, it's in snail mode, but snail mode to the downside. Amazon rejection, back to looking bearish again, kind of like what I said. I didn't really trust it, even though it tried to bounce. The Dow and the Russell both met with resistance, held up, could possibly get a rejection or push higher. Apple still butted up against that 215 resistance, can't seem to clear it. Google hanging out down here at support. Microsoft bouncing off of support, could possibly get a push. But you got Tesla pulled back again, still holding 328. As long as it's holding that level, still like to see it go trend higher, at least at 332. Looking at the Qs, SPX and SPY all pulling back. The VIX is having a nice little push. The VIX is at could possibly go test 1530, 1540. The VIX. That would mean the market would get a pretty good pullback here, at least a test of the low.
Bev, take a look at RCAT. Straight linoleum.
Is it ripping or is it
Straight
ripping?
linoleum.
Oh, it's dipping. Yeah, because it was dumping the other day. Friday it was started.
They're dumping
Yeah,
now.
it's
All of them. All the what are those things called? Those plays are all down today.
Miniature aircraft.
What are they fucking called? Drones. Sorry.
I wasn't gonna say
eVTOLs, drones. What were we talking about?
He couldn't come up with drones. I was like, I'm not bailing you out.
I'm still watching my goddamn snake video I posted. That thing's a monster.
I'm afraid.
Snake video? What do you mean?
No Diddy.
My construction guys.
Yeah, he needed to say that.
My construction guys found a giant rattler on the property.
Yeah, I was posting a video of my snake yesterday. Yeah, man, it was a monster. Working with a monster.
I'm just watching the snake video I posted, you know?
Yeah, that thing's a monster. Yeah, so RCAT has a H pattern playing out on the daily.
Do you trust the H's on the daily? Like
I do, but they just take a little longer to play out.
Yeah, I was just curious. I mean, I feel like they're money patterns for intraday, and
definitely money for intraday.
I apologize. I want to jump in here. I think so too, J Dash. But I haven't really followed it on the dailies because I don't really look at it. But maybe it could hold an overall macro theme. But I do agree that shorter time frames is what you need to look at.
I shorted Home Depot on a daily H pattern that ended up turning into a weekly H pattern in validation. So the daily pattern, the daily H's work. They just take a little longer to play out.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it.
I think you got to do time with it, right? You guys were playing.
Yeah,
has been playing out in an H on the daily.
The UNH was a weekly H.
It might be a yearly H. It keeps coming.
Probably.
Dollar index, Dixie is 98.56.8, headed for a new high a day.
Let's go. We need it back over 105. Come on, at least.
No, you need it back.
Me is you all.
You get that when the Fed raise rates.
You think the Fed's gonna raise, huh, Saloon?
I mean, cut.
Oh, okay.
Make up your mind.
Uh-oh, Google with a double bottom bounce.
Yeah, we're bouncing off the bottom of the opening range here. That spot. See if it can hold it. If it doesn't hold it, I'm cutting my calls down like 4 or 5% right now.
Yeah, it's looking like it's about to tank, and I was about to grab some puts. Oh shit, I still got that 20% position on spot 636s. It's gonna add to those.
By the way, my opening range is the first 20 minutes. So up till like 9:50.
Yo, Jeffrey, that snake was in your yard?
Yeah, apparently there's a bunch of them, man.
What?
I lived in Nevada.
Yeah, you're in Colombia, bro. Like you got,
Yeah.
I think, don't you have anaconda down there?
Yeah.
Maybe in the jungle in the Amazon.
In the jungle,
yeah, parts of the Amazon. We're in the Andes, but I lived in Nevada for 12 years, in Arizona for 12 years. I didn't see one fucking rattler. So this is going to
But
be
I'm sure you've
interesting. I
seen
think that-
copperheads though, right?
no. Well, those are rattlers, right? Copperhead's a rattler. Isn't it?
Diamondbacks.
Yeah, no, copperheads aren't rattlers.
No.
Diamond.
Never seen a single snake really in
What?
Arizona.
When
in
I
the
lived in
desert.
Arizona, I saw them bitches all the time.
I never saw them.
You know, Jeffrey's the houseboy. He just stays
Yeah.
inside.
That's crazy. He never saw a snake in Arizona.
Bro, and I had some acreage and stuff, and I never seen them.
Scorpions? Scorpions?
Oh,
Bro,
scorpions.
you
all the
had
time.
snake ridge, bro. You had snake ridge, not acreage. You had snake ridge.
Scorpions all the time, man, and black widows. Those two monsters.
Yeah.
But you like black women, so you
Of
should have been
course.
cool having all the black widows. No, bad.
What, black women or black widows, bro? What is that? You got to give us the story.
After the motorcycle drives by.
You know, when a black woman who's married, her husband dies, is a black widow. See if I have to explain this to you.
Lord have mercy. Help me with Jeffrey. White
Yeah,
chocolate.
the spider eats the male, right? After the,
I
White
think that's
chocolate.
true, right? I think that's true. And
I
for
wasn't talking about spiders, man. Stop it. Oh, this is crazy. Oh man. Oh, this is too funny.
I don't know how you're surviving Colombia, bro.
You didn't see the picture he posted?
pretty soon, I'm gonna be like the El Presidente or mayor. Well, I'm gonna go for mayor first, and then El Presidente, bro. Then you'll see how I run things.
Jeffrey, do you own a machete for the jungle?
Not yet. I will. But Josh, the oil guy, Josh Young, was like, dude, just take a shovel and chop their heads off. That's what you're gonna have to do. He's in Texas and he sees them all the time.
Let me just tell you right now. If you see a rattlesnake and you pick up a shovel, by the time you try to kill that, he already bit you.
Yeah, you
he's
gotta
gone.
have the machete
No, hell no,
and just
no,
chop its head.
no. Hold on, I rebuke that. You guys have never been around snakes. It don't even work like that. All you got to do is stay to the snake's side. Like the snake can't even fucking see you. What he sees is your heat signature. As long as you keep the metal of the shovel in between you and the snake, you have no problem chopping the head off. You walk right up on the damn snake.
You spoke it
You're
like you've
telling,
done it 100 times. Cool, great.
well,
Good
you're
stuff.
telling, so you're talking to people who aren't used to seeing snake. You think they're gonna approach the snake from the side? Okay.
Bro,
Jeffrey would
I'm
walk
like
right up to
crocodile
the snake.
fucking Dundee, bro. I just took
See,
out a
see,
giant lizard in this
see,
little
see,
apartment.
see what I
I'm
mean?
like crocodile that I could go up
There
on
you
that
go.
and grab it behind
Yeah.
the neck, right?
See?
Put it in a bag. I'm
Yeah.
faster than a goddamn snake. Remember that. My jab
There
is
you go.
faster than a snake strike.
So you're a mongoose now, huh? Or a cat? Which
Yeah,
one?
he's a mongoose.
This is not animal handling advice for the people down below there.
Jeffrey's a snake charmer.
You're gonna read the news. A gringo died from getting 100 snake bites written all over his body, trying to grab it.
Do they just call people gringos down there at school? It's just like whatever.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Tesla, come on, Tesla. Tesla look like it's ready to push again. Back over there, 330 again. Apple, are you ready to tank yet? Because you are the weakest link. No, actually, that was Google. Look at this push by Google. Speaking of Google, I'd have to say Amazon's the weakest link right now, and then Apple. Or I probably would say the Russell. The Russell looked like it's starting to create an M pattern intraday. So is the Dow. The Russell and the Dow both are starting to look bearish again. Yeah, Jeffrey, let me get the GEX readout if you don't mind, please, sir. See if we got any that negative gamma has lowered any.
Looks pretty even to me. Currently, 6,400 still the major volume by Gex. 63.95, they're taking it away. Same with 6,300, which is underneath spot. It looks pretty even other than the 6,400 so far. They haven't really added anything down below.
Is major negative still 63.80?
1 second. 63.80, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Out of my calls, by the way, that little dump.
Yeah, SPX look
We
like it's about
do.
to go test the lower day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got CRM's about to make new highs for the day, approaching that 270. I still don't think it's really that interesting until above 270, but I'm in it.
I'm showing that Google has a cloud summit starting tomorrow and Wednesday, 2-day event.
I got into spy puts, so we'll see.
Yeah, I'm in the 636s.
I'm
For today.
635 one day. Cool. I should have had that ready to go, by the way. I should just have that buy ready. That didn't. It took me a few seconds there.
Got to get back in the swing of things. You'll get it. It's like riding a bike.
That's the advantage of futures, because all those interfaces, it just has you can flip with just like 2 clicks.
Come on, Apple. There you go. See if you can go on and I like that close. Let's see if you can go ahead and close this out to the lows.
Here we go, 270 on CRM, new high day. Everything else can go down. CRM can go up.
Watch AEO on a 10-minute chart. It printed a hanging man on a 10-minute. So I have a level at 1185.
AEO has to be a hanging woman. Has to be.
Yeah, hanging woman.
This market needs a pullback, but you got the short coverings that keep beating it up. So you need an event or something to really bring it down. This week.
Yeah, all these
Mhm.
yeah, all these minor pullbacks have all been bought up. You're not wrong. So what you need to see is like multiple levels start to break down.
Yep.
If you start seeing multiple levels break down, then that's when you can kind of start looking at maybe I can start swinging plays to the downside. But yeah, you're right. The market is a bit overextended and it looks exhaustive.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, this market is
CoreWeave getting destroyed again, down 4%. Just filled its daily gap that was left from. It's the only gap left. Actually, no, there's a gap down to $43. Maybe that's the next spot for it.
So a circle getting throttled as well.
They just ran it until they couldn't run it anymore, and then my guess is all the insiders probably locked in. A lot of profits up high that couldn't sell their
Yeah, it looks like
shares.
Circle sold.
Yeah.
And now it's curling into an H.
Like you have to imagine when these, the insiders, when they can't sell their shares before the, release date or the lockup date, that they play options to hedge it.
Like that's what you're supposed to do, like to make money on it. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you just
I mean, CoreWeave IPO'd at 45 at 5x in the public market almost. Same thing for Circle and more.
Well, if they're part of program trading, they can do that, but that's not under their control. But if they are not, they can't even hedge. Even that's blocked during.
Oh, that's illegal too?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
During,
like, do you
during
think-
blackout, you cannot. There can be no open trades in any sense. But
Well,
if you're part of a program trading, if you sign up for it, then the programs, executors will do that, and you could just set a limit, and that's it. It's not up to you anymore. So.
Well, Monative, what if I'm not necessarily saying employees, but what about like hedge funds and
Yeah, that's
anyone?
a different story. They have no restriction.
Yeah. So that shady company that was the huge buyer of CoreWeave or owner of the stock, I'm sure they hedged that out because they're not.
Of course. Of course. I mean, institutions have no such restriction, right? I mean, unless they're part of the management, then that's a different story. If they're in the board or something, they'll have the same restrictions.
Yep.
Yeah, Tesla's still holding on, still holding above that 328. It still just looks regular. It looks like it's ready for another Magoo. SPY looking like it's ready to McGee. SPX looking like it's headed for that lower day, 63.92. What you gonna do?
The Magoos and the McGees.
Right.
Hey, I'm gonna pop out. No, I'm not gonna take my dog for grooming, but I am gonna take her for a hike. So,
shout out Monitor.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm still long. I took 25% profits on my CRMs just because it's like everything else. I don't know. I don't trust the market, but it's moved and it's been on low volume, and I'm still holding pins. It's just not moving at all. So I'm still in those two call plays. I'll be back 2 hours or so. So Kev, if you want to pop me down, take another co-host if you need.
All right, Georgia, you still know how to be co-host?
Yeah, let's do it. Hey, what was this EU 30%? Like we're just okay with that, I guess. The
Oh,
market's just cool with
wait,
it.
what?
Yep.
Why is there? By the way, what is that? The EU 30%? Isn't it 15%?
It's 15. It's
Yeah.
15%.
Where did I see 30? Where did I see 30? Let me look for it.
By the way,
I don't want to
just
say
to,
the wrong thing.
I know Bo Bear, you were in the room this morning. I saw you when they were talking about it. I mean, it sounds like it's just the framework that the EU actually can't approve that all the individual countries now have to vote on it themselves.
Yeah, disregard 30. I'm talking out of my ass on that apparently.
So just an FYI, that one might eventually blow up.
Roku's looking nice here. It's up almost 4.5%.
Shopify too. Shopify looks solid.
Webbush came out and said that that's where the advertising is going to, is this controlled based TV. What did they say? Hold on. I'll tell you exactly what they said.
Jeffrey, that's Dan Ives, man. Come on.
Is it? Fucking. Yeah, okay. Roku position for market share gains as ad spending shifts to connected TV, Webbush says. That is Dan Ives, huh? Okay, I don't fucking. He'll pump everything. Everything's gonna run 500% with that guy. Any tech.
Fastenal, ticker
Martha,
Foxtrot Alpha.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, please.
Fastenal, Foxtrot Alpha Sierra Tango is lows of the day and looking to try to put in an H pattern today.
Dan Ives is the white dude in the funky clothes, in the hats.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the guy.
Yeah, that's the guy.
You know, you could have left out the white part because he's the only one that dresses funky.
Okay, well, he's completely white to me. That's a white guy.
Apple getting some bid.
Yeah, Bitcoin looked like it's really ready to take out that low. Oh no.
Just bought another. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I heard you loud and clear, bro.
I just bought another 500 shares of Joby at 17.35.
Yeah, Google looks like it's ready to push. Not Microsoft, Meta is starting to curl around. Yeah, Microsoft too is starting to curl around. Still hold support. Google's starting to look bullish. That's possible. Amazon with a pretty decent push here. And I don't see the push that you were talking about, MT on Apple. Apple still looks bearish to me. Coin,
Yeah, it's like a base bet.
yeah, Coin's looking like it's getting rejection right here, resistance. Nvidia starting to curl around. Johnson and Johnson look like it's arching around into like an N pattern or whatever. Like it's starting to look real bearish. J&J, the Dow, looking like the M pattern starting to play out on the Dow and on the Russell. Walmart, MWMT, after looking bullish earlier now, has been rejected and looks bearish again.
Your Robinhood looking good.
I keep muting, getting muted. On Apple on a 10-minute chart. It looks like an M pattern that's about to play out on Apple 10-minute chart. 214.13 is my next level down. If it doesn't bounce there, I have 213.70 on Apple.
Man, I go back and I look at Apple, and so you made me look at the 5 minute chart when you referenced the 10. So I go to the 5 minute chart and I look like how it started to push at the open, got rejected, came down into this consolidation, then it tried to push again and got rejected. So now it's back into that consolidation area. If that breaks to the downside, that end pattern is going to play out.
Yeah. Wait, let me see what it to on my NFP chart. There's a level at 213.70 on Apple. If it loses that, all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
On Apple, Corvo reports today. Corvo's, more than half the revenue comes from Apple, so it'll be a good tell on how Apple's going to show up.
You said who does? Who reports?
QRVO.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The on semiconductor is another one that's pretty strong today. I wonder whether that has to do with that one.
Yeah, anything with auto exposure, right? How is NXPI doing?
They're holding there.
Yeah.
Looks
So
like did they report today?
no,
I
they
didn't
already
look.
reported.
They reported.
Yeah, that's
No,
an M
but the
pattern.
Europe deal, right? It helps anybody with
Oh
major
yeah,
auto
you're right.
exposure.
You're right.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
an M pattern playing out on NXPI.
I think this dollar story is the story of the day. The Dixie, the dollar index. This is breaking out and looking like it wants to break out of a little big cup and handle on the daily.
Yeah, it's a nice base it's put there, right? On the daily. Good.
Watching IWM's hourly time frame, looking like an H pattern trying to play out on IWM hourly.
We got a new high a day on the dollar index, 98,574.
Google looking kind of strong here.
All right, lunchtime over. They're gonna sell it. Here we go.
Yes, sir. Drop it low.
And so right when you said that, it just went boom. That was perfect timing.
I'm gonna step down for a few. I need to take a phone call.
Oh yeah, there's a 5-year auction right now. See how that plays out. Andy Counson gave it a D+, the 5-year auction.
Tesla getting a pullback here, watching 326 mid.
Hey, watch Nike. NKE on a 10-minute printing a Morningstar reversal on Nike.
Bounce with me, bounce with me.
Yes, sir. This is a nice bounce on Google. That's a hammer candle on a 10-minute chart on Google, double bottomed. Printing a hammer candle right now. Hitting up, it looks like it's hitting up against VWAP. Yep, 192.05. MACD and TTM squeeze firing to the upside on GOOGL.
Yeah, Google probably get up to about 194. And I think that'll be the rejection area if it rejects.
Mm-hmm.
Clears 194 mid. It's back bullish again, in my opinion. GOOGL.
Oh
Gets
shit.
back over 95. You should be in longs. My fault. Go ahead.
VEEV up 1.60%. New high of the day. 295.25 and pushing on VEEV. That's a nice fucking candle. It Morningstar reversal on the 5-minute, and it's just taking off right now. This thing is all over the place.
The Qs are already dropping. The Qs are in front of the SPY with the drop. The Qs are leading the drop. And that's probably because NVIDIA is having this little bit of a pullback. Coinbase H pattern playing out intraday. 375 is the low. Amazon having a pullback. Meta having a pullback. Apple pulling back. Google still looks strong. Microsoft looks like it's just been channeling down here at support. Tesla pulling back. I'm still looking for 326 mid to hold as support. Jeffrey Magoo. Yeah, Nike getting a pretty good bounce right here. Can it hold the bounce?
Let me see something. One, two, three. As long as it holds over 78.86, good to go.
Man, look at KO. So I grabbed the $69 puts on the 23rd of July, and then I added to them on the 25th. So currently up 15%, and so far Coke looks bearish.
Mm-hmm.
I'm targeting 67. And then if that fails, 65.
Do you see that the Shea guy post Department of Defense testing AI to reduce reliance on vendors like Palantir? Palantir down -3.
Can you share it?
All right, here comes Apple, 214. Look at this candle on Apple.
Boom, let's go. M pattern, let's do this.
Let's go, baby.
Meta look like it's trying to follow suit to a lesser degree.
Mm-hmm.
Now maybe the SPY will catch up to the Qs.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, these shorts are fumbling here.
Yeah, they're not coming through with the sell pressure needed for the waterfall. Of course, I
Yeah,
haven't said waterfall before now.
yeah. You still get 17 minutes on a 30. you are trading below the 50-day moving average on a 30. So let's see.
Hey, this V wave is over $10, up 330%.
It's going back to 24. I already said it.
Yeah, I have a level right here at 13. What is this? 13.25.
But I'm not gonna chase it. It's already too expensive for my blood.
Yeah.
You say it's at $10. I might have chased it at $9.99,
Yeah.
but I ain't chasing it at 10. That's where I draw the line.
Yes, sir. 1 penny.
Shit, 1 penny make a difference. Why do you think people set buy and sell limits?
Mm-hmm.
NVIDIA is pushing.
Well, it makes sense for Nvidia to push because Apple was pulling back real big, right? So they like to go in opposite directions sometimes. Man, Microsoft looking like it's revving up.
Come on, Apple, go touch that 213.86 for us.
Yeah, if Apple takes out the low, which I don't know, but if it do, it's over with.
Mm-hmm. God damn. Oh my God. Real feel outside is 111 degrees. No.
Yeah, it's hot. It's hotter than motherfucker.
We definitely living in the matrix, bro. This weather is not normal.
Why don't you
Apple
come?
lost 214. Apple under 214.
I think you should come to this place here in Africa. It's cooler.
Yeah, no, I'm good. You're trying to make me purple, man.
What's wrong with purple?
I mean, it's a beautiful color, but no.
Not on me, right?
Yeah, I remember those days. I remember those days. You do turn a little bit purple if you get in the sun for too long.
Nah, I love that look. The darker the berry, people.
Listen to this guy, white chocolate.
He's not wrong though.
I love that really dark.
But you don't even turn
blue
purple.
look.
You get red. What do you?
Yeah,
He
that's
talking
why
about
I wish. But yeah, Kevin's right. Kevin.
Remember the Black Widow phrase that I made earlier? Now, is it starting to resonate in you guys' brain? Maybe not think about it a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Just a little longer.
All right, come touch this 213.86. Come on. Give me my level, bro.
I need Apple to take the low out because that's currently where the 5 you may sitting on the daily. Just take that daily out, go test like the 9.
Come on, touch it. Go touch it. One time. Damn. Joby down 5% today, guys. M pattern played out beautifully on Joby.
Joby McGee.
It's
So we had a helicopter pilot that's in here, and I forget his goddamn handle, and he was like, "I don't think those things are gonna make it," and he's like a helicopter pilot / mechanic guy, but we'll see. We'll see.
They'll make it if the administration wants them to make it, right? If the government wants it to
He was
to make
talking
it, it's
about the
going to make it.
mechanics of it, the engineering of it, like the stabilization and all that stuff. I don't know. We'll
Stability.
see. Stability. Thank you.
you guys do know that when you make something over time, it progressively gets better and better. That the technology evolves. You guys realize
I
this,
don't think
right?
they understand the prototype principle.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's a very good drop there.
Well, to be fair,
Very good drop in the S&P 500. We're triggering some more bearish price action. Let's see if they want to buy this dip.
Through my level 213.71. Boom, let's go.
QQQ finally breaking that opening range low. Remember, the Qs have been the strongest indice. There's a strong chance it can go negative today.
Yeah, SPY is dropping it low, girl. Let's go, girl. Told you Apple's gonna help SPY catch up to the Q. Now we can lock in profit. Not yet. We need to go lower.
I just don't get what the fuck is holding Uber back. I mean, the amount of good news this has had in the past couple of days. I don't get this.
Yeah, I want to see SPY break below Thursday's higher day, currently butted up against it. Gets below that, then we take the next T plunge. Go ahead, man.
Nasty candle down on Apple there, guys. Apple really seeing some sell side pressure.
Tesla's gonna take over everything all at once every day, just right today, right? That's how the market runs it.
Yeah.
So every time Tesla news is there regarding, self-driving, full self-driving, that's it. It kills off Uber for no reason. I mean, there's just absolutely no
None.
way to justify it, but it's what happens.
Yeah. I've been noticing that. It makes no sense today. We'll see.
Still seeing a lot of sell side pressure in this tape. Again, the S&P 500 is negative now. You look at the difference between RSP and SP. RSP down 0.42, S&P just slightly negative.
Man, this thing played out all the fucking way on Joby. 1707 was a level I had on Joby. 1686. You should be getting a bounce here. Yeah.
Bouncy, the short coverings, man.
Mm-hmm.
Double bottom, bounce off the double bottom for today. I mean, perfectly. on SPX.
Yeah, that M pattern played out on Apple as well. Trying to get a bounce.
Now on the 5, SPX is forming a nice H pattern. This can roll over this week.
Wow, this is rolling over today. What you mean this week? This is going down, bro. This like, what bounce are y'all talking? Oh, y'all on a 2-minute time frame. My
5
fault.
minute. 5 minutes.
Because I'm looking at the 15. This don't look like no. I don't see no bounce. This look like it's going down. I mean, it's still early in this 15-minute candle, but this looks like it's going down, bro.
LIDR under $4 lighter. Down 12% today. Yeah, boy, come back down here so I could buy you under $2. Yeah, boy.
Yeah, I did have a price target of 63.70 for today. We'll see if it gets there. I don't know. We'll see. It's got to start pushing down.
What, SPX?
Yeah.
It's going there.
I know. Well, it's starting to.
Oh, mamas.
V-Wave up over 400%, approaching $12.
Let me find out you aped into that shit.
I did not. I promise you that.
Okay.
I really wanted to, but I didn't.
Yeah, I see by the way you keep on calling out. I'm like, yeah, he in that shit.
No, I wanted to, but I didn't. I refrained from this one.
Look at this sale, Jeffrey. You still think it's bouncing? I mean, I got a 15-minute crossover on the MACD to the downside.
Oh, this is a nice heavy sell candle. I just said it bounced off the double bottom, but then now it's pushing through. So this is great. That's a big candle too.
Ooh, that Apple, man. Look at that.
Yeah,
Done.
I'm calling Apple,
Boom.
fellas.
I told you guys this, guys. You called this out from the beginning. The M pattern, I called it
I
out.
called this out Thursday.
There you go.
Man, I called this out 2 months ago.
I know I was there when you did it.
What's the next level? Oh my gosh. This is just dying.
No bullshit. And I'm sorry, just a quick 2-second macro. 18% tariffs. That's massive, dude. That's going to slow the economy big time. That's my 2 cents. It's not going to reflect it for a quarter or two, but you're slowly starting to see it affect. That's all over tariffs.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Apple, I want to see this sell pressure continue. I want to see Apple take out 213. So we still have a supported 213 mid. This mid area is still supportive of Apple. I want to see it take out 213 and trend down towards 212 mid.
Yeah, if this loses 213.40, it's coming to 212. 212.10 on Apple. This level here at 213.40 would be the previous day low, which would have been from Friday. And if it bounces here, that would be a double bottom. So watch that level 213.40 on Apple.
Well, to be fair, it could double bottom anywhere from 213.30 all the way to 230, or from 213.32 all the way to to where it is now, and could bounce here. Like, so I mean, if you just look, like you really need just 213 to be lost.
I'm looking at the 60 euro future that has been straight down all day long today, and I'm beginning to think that the move in the dollar is more a function of a weak euro than a strong dollar, because the yen futures are actually starting to curl up.
Man, this Vol D is just selling nonstop.
Okay, updated GEX for SPX. They removed half the volume at 6,400. They added half the volume to 6380s, and they're adding to 6375s volume wise. So now the butter is bread on the underside of the toast, if I could make that crazy analogy.
You do have Microsoft selling here?
Hey Jeffrey, is your GEX delayed at all?
I mean,
Or
I don't know.
Are you sure he's not in the hospital? Yeah, I looked everywhere for him. You saw him. Nicholas?
No, it seems like it's okay. 1028.
yeah, cool. Just curious.
Gina, sweetheart, have you seen your dad?
Jeffrey, are you using Nick's tool?
No, just
GexBot, GexBot
GexBot.
15. That's right here on this platform. That'll give you a Discord link.
That's a bearish engulfing candle on AEO 1 hour chart. Careful with AEO. Double topped on the 4 hour as well. Oh, look at this. Look at Joby McGee. About to lose 17 bucks.
All right, it looks like this 30-minute we're gonna close below last week's high, and also on NQ and on ES is gonna be 50% retracement of the move of Friday. We're here.
You got the Bollinger Bands on SPX starting to roll over, start to point down, slowly rolling over.
Yep. Yeah, that 30-minute has been a short since 2 a.m. last night.
That level I had on Apple was 213.40. It came to 213.42 and bounced. Yeah, I printed a double bottom on the 5-minute chart on Apple.
So far on SPY, this is just a dump for ants. I mean, it was like a 50-cent dump. Ooh. Hoping for more. We'll see.
Well, I mean, the
That
increased volume of that previous 15-minute candle compels me to believe that there will be more. I think we're going to take out that low of day for Thursday and go test lower support levels.
Tesla moving.
Moving which way?
Sideways.
Upward.
He's like flip flop.
328.50
I mean, just
now.
assume people aren't looking at it like I'm looking at something else. So I mean, you say it's moving. I need to know which way it's
Yeah,
moving.
yeah.
It's like Tesla movie.
Here are the kids' report cards. Looking at suspended.
Yeah, Google looks strong now.
He started a fire in the science lab.
Numbers, grades, and homework.
He's passing, so he must be doing his work.
As long as he's doing well. The rest is just, childish antics.
I think he should be punished.
I mean, shit, Google went closer to your number than my number. That
He's a model student.
We're still in the same area,
Sorry,
man.
he's smart, he works so hard.
Yeah, he's intelligent, he's respectful.
Big bounce on NQ. Can we tag the VWAP on 23,500?
hell no, that's too high. Oh, I don't want to go that high. But it damn sure could.
Yeah, this 15 minutes on NQ is about to be engulfing here.
Robinhood breaking high of day. It's bullish.
Shout out to all you people who 1000x that Robinhood trade. Yeah, so I don't think it's gonna make it back up to the VY, bro.
1, 2.
Yeah.
I mean, it could though. I just don't think it will.
Yeah, we keep getting slapped, below.
We need Google to close over 191.45. All right, there's that bounce on Apple. That's crazy. 15 minutes.
On SPY, you're testing overnight low here at 636.69.
Ticker VEEV, VEEV. 330 calls for September 19th, up 18% or $70 per contract. VEEV.
Is anybody still here?
We can hear
Yes,
you.
sir.
Roger
And
that.
so,
Yes, sir.
Sometimes I can't tell, especially when I step away
Yeah.
and people are talking and I come back and nobody's talking. So then I just go ahead and do my little update and then nobody says anything. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could have been doing all that talking to dead space and nobody heard a word I said.
Yeah. True. But we hear ya.
Yeah, Nvidia's pounding.
Johnson,
Go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
Wait, we just same time. No, I just said I agree with you. Nvidia's about to break high of the day.
Let's go.
Apple's bouncing pretty hard here. They're trying to keep this market up. Go ahead, Big Kev.
What?
Yeah, no, they're trying to keep the market up. All I was going to say is Johnson and Johnson looking like it's in full bear mode. H pattern playing out on the 1 hour time frame, and it looks like it's trying to take the low out. That's really all I was going to say. But then I was going to transition to Nvidia and talk about how bullish Nvidia was trying to push, which would subsequently push at least the Qs higher if it didn't get help from like Meta and Microsoft, or like this Google push is sustainable.
Ticker NBIS is pushing with NVIDIA.
do you see anything on the GEX to that side?
1 second. They're adding back to 6400s. 6380s still where all the volume is currently, but they're removing the 6380s, removing the 6385s, and adding to 6400s little by little. Still, all
Okay.
of the butter's bread on the downside from here. So they're trying to uphold this. It looks like, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to. The market is due for like a correction, like a good 10% pullback.
Nvidia high of day.
$57.50. That would be a hell of a pullback on SPX. Tesla still looking ready to push. It pulled back, held that 326 mid area that I talked about. If it lost, then it would invalidate my idea. So I'm still looking for. I'm still looking to see Tesla 332 and a half today.
Nvidia dumping. Is there news on it?
Come on, Tesla, get that push going. Bitcoin back under 118 and still looking like it wants to trend to the downside. The RSP created that H, and that H played out. The VIX looking like it's trying to find support and could possibly bounce here. Looking at Tesla looking like it's headed right back for the high a day. See if it can take out that high a day, which look like it's en route to do. Google still looks kind of strong, but getting a little weak. Apple got a bit of a push, found support, and is trying to push. Meta looked like it's creating an H pattern. Amazon starting to look a little weak after that bit of a push. Nvidia still right up here at the high a day and trying to push. IWM trying to find support and push, and the Dow is trying to find support, but still looks overall bearish. M pattern almost played all the way out on the Dow.
I was scanning the crypto world and everything's just getting destroyed today. But I saw this one. There's this meme coin called Dog in Me. I don't know if you guys heard of that.
I've
Up
never heard of
20.
any of these meme coins.
It's
Like
up
you all bring them
20%
all,
today.
they're all new to
What is
me.
it called? What?
It's
It's
the
dog in me.
dog
Like
in
you
me.
got that dog in you.
Got that dog in me, dog in me.
Oh my goodness.
Interesting.
Funny fucking name.
That's from that Snoop Dogg Doggy Style album.
Euro has been absolutely getting wrecked today. I think that's the story of the day from the trade deal, and it's probably the easiest money we never made was shorting the 60. It's just straight down today, and with the euro getting wrecked, I can see where the Europeans might be selling off their crypto.
AMD looking like it's getting ready for its next leg up. And Hood still looks relatively strong. Dow looks like the H pattern's trying to play out. IWM is starting to create an H pattern. Nvidia starting to pull back. Coin creating an H pattern. Amazon pulling back. Apple still trying to push higher. Meta H pattern playing out. Meta starting to look like it's in full bear mode. Testing for the lower day on Meta. Google starting to pull back. Microsoft look like it's trying to curl over into an H pattern on lower time frames. Tesla pulling back again. SPY, Qs, all pulling back. What'd you say, Jeffrey? Or was that Salone? Somebody said something, I didn't hear him.
No, I think that was me. That 30 minute here, they turn that candle red. You have big wick up top. You take out the overnight low. It's over here.
Got kicked again by this amazing app.
Yeah, Dow looks like he wants to go down, man. If it's not for Nvidia, then it probably would have been in the ditch.
Yeah, the Dow looks like toast. Look at Meta. Meta is headed for purgatory. Amazon looks like it's starting to create an H pattern finally.
TDD drilling headed for China.
Oh shit. Then they need to use OMEX technology. So I mean, what is EVs trying to catch a bit of a bid today or something?
You're not by yourself, Kevin. I'm here. I'm just going over stuff. Okay, we're forming another baby H. I think this is going to continue to push down. Here we go. Little sell pressure on SPX.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. You see the VIX starting to get a bounce right here. Bitcoin starting to take out the low. Yeah, Meta just took out the low. You got Google getting the rejection, Apple pulling back. Yeah. Like I say, stay bearish Apple under 216.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Ticker FIVE up 3% over 142, pushing for 143. These 5 below calls are up $105 per contract or 30%.
Hey Jeffrey, I got one for you. Check out Coharis, CHRS. I'll just call it Chris.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of the more oncology bioscience tickers. I don't, that's kind of your field. I just like the chart.
Just at a blink, they're trading under cash value with a promising drug. Multiple label expansion trials. So this is a drug combo play, maybe. I'll have to look more into it.
What the hell does that mean, a drug combo play?
So if they can use their drug with something like Keytruda, I believe, is the point where they can mix a already marketable drug that's already on the market with their drug that can help these patients. We'll see. Let me look into it.
Yeah, this space is a little jerky.
Yeah, it's all over the place today, man.
But it wasn't letting me invite anyone up for co-host until just now.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it's bugging big time.
Earlier, I couldn't see anybody requesting, but the other co-hosts could. You keep getting kicked.
Yeah.
To me, I think that's just it's kind of like a co-host thing. I don't know, because when I used to be co-host, when Fo was doing the space, I was getting kicked a lot. Remember that, Jeffrey?
100%.
That's crazy. Yeah, it must be.
I always have the problem with my spaces. Co-host can't be heard. They can't add people. They can't. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Need more engineers.
They fired all the devs, man.
Yep.
Man, that meta short would have been a good ass play, bro.
Yeah, man.
It just cost you goddamn much.
It just, I know. I'm like, yeah, no. Maybe if it was a Friday, we could have did, zero.
Oh, if it was Friday, yeah, that contract would have been way cheaper. Yeah, you'd definitely been able to play that. Look at that low taken out on meta.
This shit is just wild, bro. Meta.
Tesla's starting to look weak. This 330 resistance is this 329, 330 resistance. It's starting to look strong.
Oh, by the way, shout out to you guys, man, in the audience, and who come up on stage and speak daily. I've been getting quite a bit of messages in my DM from people saying how much they enjoy the spaces. So that's kudos to you guys.
Come on, Spy. Drop it low, girl. Drop it low, girl. Just took out that Thursday's high. We just took out that low, girl. But I tell you, Jeffrey,
Yeah,
told you we going down. We ain't going up. Why?
it's finishing that little H. We busted low of the second H, or maybe one. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4 H's. Where do you think support is? Like, where do you think it could touch? I think 63.70, correct? Yesterday's kind of distribution area. Like, is it possible? I don't know. We'll see. 10 points away.
I got S1 at 6409.50. That's on the ES contract.
Man, it looks like it could go to 6400. Yes. Maybe I'm wrong, but 6410, 6400 area. 4 points away. No worries.
The 200 EMA on the 30 minute is sitting at 64.3, and there's nothing here.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you. Shalom. Shalom, did you see that big rattlesnake I posted? That's like nothing for you. You're like, you deal with the black mambas.
Yeah, them guys, they actually wanna, they come and find you.
They're aggressive as fuck, and they're huge,
Yeah.
fast. Yeah, fuck those things. You gotta shoot them, like from the air.
Mm-hmm.
PDD is selling off pretty hard from its nice 120 break. With that news that Amazon sets the prices and Pinduoduo can't sell anything cheaper than Amazon. That's called price controls, by the way.
ES starting to
So
drill.
closing half of the. Remember, I added back to the 636s. So closing half of these up 106%.
Nice play. Go ahead, Sil. Nice play, Kev. Sil, go ahead.
60 euro futures, new low a day.
Yeah, we finna see a real nice drop. I'm thinking because we've lost Thursday's high a day on SPY of day. So as long as we stay below that, man, we're gonna. First of all, I want to test that low of day, that Thursday low of day.
Yeah, man, that that Vol D showed us the way today for sure. It just sold, and it's coming down to another NFP level from November of last year. NFT low, actually.
Today's been a pretty easy day, bro, and it ain't ever like this.
Yeah.
Wholesale hitting the tape here.
Look at that
Apple.
sale.
Amazing.
Look at
Look
it
at that
sell.
dump.
There we go.
Look at that sale. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Some support here on the IWM, but we should pierce this zone and head to TP2. SPY is knifing through this downsloping channel. The next channel that we have is this parallel channel here on the 5-minute. We are hitting some 10-minute EMA support though. This is your EMA 113 on the 10-minute chart, so there is some support here on SPY. You've had a nice 3-bar surge down in the 10-minute.
Thank you here at the lows. I've not taken it out yet.
No Diddy. Yeah, we get Saloon back, we're gonna have a whole bunch of no Diddy moments. Yeah, Saloon is full of them. But sit on my dick. I'm about to sit on my dick.
Guys, I like SPY around low 635. Low 635, I'd consider going long for a scalp.
Yeah, some of y'all might not know nothing about that.
I mean, sometimes you just have to.
So if we replicate this move to this recent down move in SPY to this move, we should hit 635.25.
Right at S1. It's going to try and bounce here, I think. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't.
Apple's negative.
If there's a bounce, it'll be a very
Microsoft
small
negative.
bounce, not even tradable. To me, what it's looking like is a waterfall is ensuing. But who knows? I'm never right.
It's still negative. Q's still green. Bitcoin down by 1.5%. Crude oil continuing to move. US dollar up by over 1%.
Recent Q, it did not take out that low. That's a little bit sketchy.
Big bounce on the IWM. The IWM is trying to put in a 10-minute bottoming tail. If you want to take a retrace long off of this zone, it could work out. You can see the 5-minute chart on IWM. Nice reversal candle. But SPY should still give us 635.25 to about 635.15. Nvidia is still strong. Microsoft going through another wave of selling.
I don't think the big earnings start till Wednesday, but I'm sure there are earnings.
JP Morgan down 0.5%. Meta is still slightly green, but seeing some selling. Google down by 0.5%. IWM down 0.3. QQQ still green.
Motherfuckers is getting 635s for tomorrow. Is that how we doing it? Yeah, he probably paid about $1 for them. Fuck it, I'm grabbing the 634.
SPY down. Yeah, it seems that money's just chasing Nvidia even higher right now. Seems to be the bit of the safe play.
Lows, right? So it should come and at least test that since we're already here.
I probably should have grabbed those 635s also.
Microsoft still near the lows.
I like the 634s.
Yeah, there's still quite a ways. I'm riding those 633 SPY puts.
That's what my price
So
is on the daily.
we'll see. We still got quite a bit to go on SPY. If we're going through a consolidation week, down week, there's still quite a bit of downside to go on SPY. Here's your little retrace that's occurring.
Premium's pushing up here on the shorts. They're starting to push a little bit. They just added 50 cents to these guys. It's a battle. There we go. Come on.
Yeah, it's going down, Jeffery. she would know.
Yeah, come on. No.
What year was that?
Probably
If you if
2008, maybe. I don't know, bro. That was a long time ago.
dude, I don't know what that's past my time.
Maybe
If it was in the
2010.
90s,
Maybe
then
2010.
I might know it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that.
I don't know. All my shit is old shit, bro. I'm a geezer.
See SPY is holding that 10-minute chart EMA 113. So we've now hit both of our two initial downside targets on SPY. Our third bear target is right around this lower 635 range. Microsoft still dripping. Nvidia is still above 175.
A significant drop, even from here.
Yeah, and Houston are close below 5 p.m. close on Friday evening. You do need to see them check out that low so you can actually fly down.
Are you flying down or are you just dropping?
I am flat here looking.
ES is trying to hold the S1 at 6309 or 6409. The next S2 is at 6390, S3 6375.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeffrey 6375 should be your target.
They're stair stepping this down, so it doesn't make it easy.
Yeah, not with zeros though. Not
Yeah,
with zeros.
right.
Yeah, this 30 minutes, it looks like freaking head and shoulder.
Yeah, I felt compelled to say not with zeros. Oh no, this is not a zero. This is not conducive to a 0 day unless your timing is spot on.
Yeah. Come on. All right.
Ooh, I don't like that bounce.
And look at the Oracle, man. That's breaking high up there.
Oracle has me worried on the daily. It's got some bearish divergence. This push up isn't getting to the all-time highs. If it does, that would change my mind.
On NQ here, we're testing overnight low. On SPY, we did the same thing. We tested overnight low and dumped at 636.69. So if you're long, you're gonna see them push above here and keep pushing. And if you're short, this is the area here to kind of add. But that 30 minute is looking pretty good here for the longs.
Yeah, this is looking like it wants to bounce. I mean, I don't know to the extent of what how it wants to bounce, but it does look a little TI double gutter bouncy ticker. Look at Tesla still trying to hold on. Tesla still trying to hold on. standing poised to make a big move. I think this next 15 minutes is gonna let me know what the market wants to do.
Yep.
Hey, Monadiv, how's the dog grooming going, bro?
Well, it's the groomers, so if I pay them, then the dog will be, all nice and clean and, well groomed.
How long does it normally take?
Well, this the groomer that we've been. She's one nearby, and she's been looking after the dog for 7 years now. So leave my dog in the morning and pick him up. 3-4 hours. They'll call.
Pretty good setup.
Yeah, it's a good business, man. I mean, it is. She does well. I mean, to be able to pay rent in Mountain View in that in the place where she is, she's got to have a pretty significant business. Otherwise, she's in one of these you know what do you call it, partitioned warehouse spaces. It probably still costs 5,000-6,000 for the month rent. So, she's got to be making well more than that. She has a few employees too, so I'm guessing.
So, like she's located in like a shopping center.
No, it's not a shopping center. So there used to be a whole bunch of these smaller warehouses in the border of Mountain View, Palo Alto, and those all got partitioned into smaller units, so it's easier to rent. And then they went from auto shops and purely auto repair and things like that, or hardware suppliers, to more retail businesses moving in because there's a big demand for that. So you see these dog groomers, you see high-end furniture repair places, you see musical instrument repair tuning places. Those guys have all started moving in, and the ones that are good survive it, and they do well. And it's cheaper rent than where you have a retail storefront, because those tend to be in the on the main road, and they obviously cost more. These are off the main road and still close to.
Real quick, every rounded eight so far on the 5 minute, I think we're going to trend back. And here's why: because they end with a spinning top. If you can see,
Totally agree.
if you can see the H's, and then this last 5 minutes, you see that too. So my theory is they fall down, break the H pattern, go down, come back up, form another rounded part of the base of the H, and then fall back down. It's the stair step down. But you can see it goes down. For those who want to look at the chart, with that candle with the long shadow, like the long wick, and then the thickness on the bottom, which is spinning top, and that's the bearish.
Real quick, I just closed my Tesla calls, 10% loss. Look like it's curling over. I think the theme of the market is that it's going to push down, which I'm already.
So this is a little bit of an aggressive retrace you can look to buy. I'm staying out of it because I still think we can go a little lower, but you do have Microsoft coming into some 20-minute chart support. So that's going to be helpful. But one of the things I'm watching for is if Microsoft holds this 5, 10, 50 level, does NVIDIA start to sell? And yes, I agree NVIDIA is into a good level for puts. I do agree with that. Should get one more sweep of the lows here on SPY, guys. One more little sweep of the lows.
Oh, look at that.
Have you-
Microsoft H played all the way out and the low got taken out on Microsoft. I don't know how that slipped by everybody. Apple H pattern is starting to form. Beg your pardon, Georgie?
Oh, I'm just following along with you. It was
Oh, yeah.
Microsoft's 510.
Yeah. Apple H pattern forming and looking like it's trying to play out, mirroring the market. Amazon just had a rejection off the MAs, and it looked like it's starting to have an ugly H pattern playing out. But Amazon back to looking bearish again. Nvidia still looks bullish, however, is pulling back.
Kev, for your patterns, what time frame are you when you say each pattern or any other
The
pattern?
15 minute
Microsoft's
time frame is my
absolutely
default
knifing
time
here,
frame.
guys.
Okay, thanks.
I look at the 5, so, and it's increased when Kevin sees it, because obviously I'll see it first and then his time frame. Here we go. We're pushing down, guys. Those spinning tops, man. If you see it on the 5 minute, you see the large wick up top. When it rolls over, boom, then it waterfalls. I
know it's a
education.
statistical. I know it's a statistical fallacy to say like we're due for a move or something, but like we haven't had a multi-day pullback in SPX in a long time.
Ooh, didn't I allude to that earlier? Yeah.
Maybe
So,
back to June, mid-June, maybe.
yeah, mine by default, I'm a 15-minute hourly time frame trader. Like I don't use any of the smaller time frames, like ever. And when I say ever, I say that tongue in cheek. Of course, I reference the smaller time frames, but normally I'm on the 15 of the hour.
Yeah, makes sense. I have I always have pulled up in 3 different charts: 15, 65, and daily. So that's what I look at.
Yep, and I look at the daily all the time too.
Yeah, Montev, if you're playing zeros like I am, you have to look 15 and 5s.
No, I don't play zeros, man. I don't even play weekly, for that matter.
I know, sir.
Yeah, by the time I decide what I want to do with one of those, it's expired already.
You can at least push it to the bottom here. Then you can bounce if you want. Don't bounce here. Keep
Hey,
pushing.
you had me dying over here, bro. That shit was funny as hell. He said, by the time I figure out what to do with a zero, it's expired already.
Yeah, I cannot rush and decide if my life depended on it, man. I'm just too slow for this.
Yeah, me too. I'm too slow for this shit too. Here we go, Jeffrey.
Let's do it. Motherfucker.
Uh-oh, what happened? You accidentally sold?
Go ahead,
A
Kevin.
little bit of I think it's a fake out here. Come on, push down. Just give me lows.
We got a little
Bro, we're
pullback on the
going.
dollar, and the euro is trying to bounce, and looks like oil is trying to pop too. So we might get a bounce on the ES as well.
I rebuke that. The lows are about to get taken out. We are heading lower.
I love Kevin's fucking, dude. You got way more strength in your opinion. I love it. Yep, there we go. That little fake out is a little.
Because I look at the 15-minute time frame, I didn't even see the fake out that y'all were talking about. That's why I don't even look at those time frames. I don't even be seeing that shit. I sit here and I smoke my weed and I'm looking at my candle stay red the entire time. It didn't even look like it tries to bounce. It has 0 wick on it, bro. Look at it.
100% on the 15 looks super bearish.
But according to the downside, yeah. I think they might save it here for right now until later on at 3. They might try to get liquidity up top.
No, don't say that.
Don't say that.
Yeah, they might start listening to you, Sulum Guru.
Yeah.
They're trying to save this one.
No, not.
Big Kev, I hope you're right, bro.
Yeah, man, it's looking like I'm gonna be right, man, and not trying to brag or boast, but I mean the way that this look to me, and I'm like I said, I'm only looking at the 15-minute time frame. Whatever little bounce there is on little volume.
No, that's very perceptive. Thank you.
And then it comes right up to the EMA and gets slapped.
Yeah, I ain't as smart as you guys. I don't have all the you know the technical nomenclature that a lot of you have, but I have a very you know binary way of looking at the market. Like it's either this or it's that. And I look at the time frames that I look at, and I don't pay attention to any of the other shit. Like I look at my moving averages. I look at the MACD. When I referenced the MACD crossover earlier, to me we're heading down now because the MACD it's getting wider. It isn't getting any thinner. It isn't even trying to point up. So I don't know. Just going off my cues.
Crude oil starting to pump.
Listen, oil for the last 3 years has been in a range. It's been kind of bottom 70, maybe 65 area with a push down, top 80, 85 with a push up. And I've been saying that that's in a range for the last 3 years. I still think that's where in the range we're at.
I agree, but right now it's pumping.
Hey, look, I think it's more important to understand why it went down in the first place, and that explains more of why it's coming back. And I think the reason was the expectation that the economy was going to fall off the cliff, and there was a risk to demand. I think that's why it went down, not because of demand supply itself. It was just a speculation that demand would go down dramatically because of a weak economy, and we've not seen that yet.
So now with that 15-minute candle closing, to me, it closed below Thursday's low, closed below the 5, didn't even wick up to test it. So on this candle, I want to see it wick up through the moving averages and then just get slammed back down.
That's reasonable.
Now, if that doesn't happen, then I have to reconfigure my thesis. But that's what I'm looking to see happen. Google back looking weak again. Apple's starting to create a bear flag, waiting for it to break to the downside. Coin looks like it's trying to create an M pattern. Nvidia is looking more and more weak by the 15-minute. Johnson & Johnson, that H pattern played all the way out, took out that low. Still look like there's more to go.
Shorty get low, low, low. Here we go.
Here we go again.
Netflix was a bull trap today. They spiked them up. Everyone jumped in, and they just pushed it all the way down.
Oh, you gotta hate when that happens.
Yeah, look at Netflix. That's a complete trap. They set those guys.
Okay, guys, on Joby, Joby, the M pattern is playing out. If Joby hits my target at 1685, expect it to come down here and fill this gap to 1660. And it has to hold there, or it's 1560.
It's a lot of red across the market landscape. A lot of red.
I added a few cons there.
They some bloods cut.
Come on, we need to push down. Nvidia looked like it's starting to roll over. Apple pushing out of the bear flag on the 5, pushing down. We come on. I think we can get 63.75 or lower. Could be wrong though. We'll see. There goes Apple.
Yes, sir. That bull flat or that bear flag break, turning it into an H. See if it can take out that lower day. That'll be your level, bull bear.
Yes, sir. Oh, there it goes. I'm getting a sell signal on Apple's 15-minute chart.
Yeah,
What I miss?
that volume D just dropped so hard.
Mm-hmm.
What's going
Bitcoin
on,
futures have
fellas?
almost completely filled the overnight gap.
J Dash, what's up?
We bullish? We
What up,
bearish?
Jay?
What's going on? I kind of was without service.
Basement, bro. We're basement bros.
Basement?
Basement
Basement.
close.
My 2 positions are hanging in there on the upside, so.
Hanging in there like a pair of nuts.
They're hanging in there like a pair of nuts that just got kicked up into the stomach. So
No diddy.
all right.
Yeah, those ain't hanging then.
No, they're going up. Pinterest is almost it's not near the highs of the day, but it's
There goes Apple.
AEO, come on, man.
Any news in the last hour and a half or nothing really?
No, nothing really.
The boring day. So that QRA I've been reading now, I just saw Andy Constant at something on Wednesday, the breakdown is. So I don't know why the economic calendar on TradingView is showing it for today. But it usually is split up between the amount the first day and then the details of what they're going to issue the second day, like short term, long term.
Yeah. Come on, Apple, to 1340. Don't kiss that level.
And tomorrow morning has a ton of earnings pre-market.
Anything interesting?
Yeah, I mean, just from name-wise, SoFi, PayPal, Spotify, UNH, Procter & Gamble, Boeing, UPS, Merck, Royal Caribbean. I mean, they'll all should move. JetBlue, I know that's a full bear name.
Yes, sir.
Even Corning. I mean, there's a lot. AstraZeneca, crazy. Stanley Black & Decker.
Yeah, this week, man, we could be barcoding here. Tomorrow morning, if UNH and everything is good, they could print a nice green candle back up.
Yeah, Hertz. Anyone still playing Hertz? They have earnings tomorrow. Oh no, sorry. Herc. Herc, not Hertz.
It's a goddamn Judas candle. What's going on here?
Let's go.
I'm watching a 5 here. You're spinning
So
top.
am I.
You're spinning top from the bottom.
Spinning top from the bottom.
Shooting star. What you call it.
No, it's yeah. It is a spinning top, but why is it reversing on us here? It should be a bearish signal, correct? Where's
Euro
bull?
starting to lift. Look at the 60 future.
Ah, this is trash.
You said that's dumping all morning?
60 future was straight down all day today, and now it's starting to lift.
Okay. Freaking short coverings.
It's the first two consecutive higher highs all day.
Okay, let's see. We have not been able to make a higher high. So far, it's been higher lows here and everywhere.
I'm talking on the 60 future.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, on the NASDAQ here, we've been making lower lows. We keep getting smacked here. You can just draw a simple trend line. Yeah. I'm going to keep an eye on this trend line. If we pop above it and come back and retest it, maybe it's time to go long. But I want to see them pop above it, then come back and retest it and hold.
Yeah, the market's starting to look bullish right here. Trying to pay attention to how this candle closes. I'm seeing higher lows. Not seeing higher highs yet, just seeing higher lows.
Bev, Google's got H formation on the 5 minutes starting to play out.
Looking at that. I am looking at that, yeah.
TSM has one. It's a little bit more slow to play out, but on the 30-minute or even on the 5 minute, it's got an H pattern.
I'm changing my shit to Bev. You got to change your shit to Jash. And then we gotta leave it like this, mandatory. You gotta leave it like that for like a week or whatever before you can rechange it back.
That shit's hilarious. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you first, but you have my word. My word
He
is as
said you
good as
first.
gold. My word is as good as gold.
I'm about to do it.
Okay, I'll do it too. Unfortunately, Bev is way cooler than Jash.
So 2 seconds. Y'all see that? Can y'all see it? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I
Yep,
can
we can
hear
hear you.
you, but you
I'm,
can't
I'm
see the change on
There.
the thing until you leave the room and come back in.
No, click on my profile. All you
Yeah.
gotta do is click on my profile. You ain't gotta leave.
I'm watching SPX here really close, so I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit.
Oh, Bev, yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching it close too. This candle is looking weak too. I'm waiting to see if it's gonna pull back or push higher.
I'm in there, Kev. Bev.
Somebody might mistake Bev for Beverly.
Doesn't matter. I said I'm Patrick Beverly.
I need to see this break this triangle here that formed. Here we go. Come on, push this fucker down.
There we go, Jeffrey. You see it? There we go.
I need to break this triangle, and then we continue down. Would be nice.
Well, to me, the fact that the candle didn't continue to push higher is indicative of the move going to continue to the downside. We've yet to create a higher high. We've just been creating higher lows. So right now we're still wedged. We're creating this triangle pattern. So as long as this candle closes below the open of the previous candle, in my opinion, on the 15-minute time frame, we're going down.
I would love that. I mean, Apple's continuing to look weak. I could even see Google
Yep.
rolling over to the lows.
Yeah, Google's rolling over right now.
We just need Apple. Here's the Apple. Apple's going to lead, and then I just need the index to follow. Would be nice. Could have an end. We could really have an end of day shit the bed. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we shit the bed right here, though. Get your diapers.
Yep. Monetive, what are you thinking about this UNH earnings tomorrow morning?
Dumpster fire.
Only you ask him that because that's what I'm looking at getting the $300 calls.
Uh,
Hold on.
it could be a good lotto.
Yeah, just as I hedge because I'm already short, but I'm thinking about those 300s.
Okay,
That's what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, we're about to take out the low, Jeffrey, and go lower.
they added the volume to the 6375s. They're adding there, but now they're pulling it back on this last one. But volumes on the lower end. They're
If I was on the
slowly
30-second chart, this would be a bear flag that's about to break.
slowly walking it down, which is premium burn.
As soon as we take out the low of the previous candle's low, it's over with. Hop in your Nova quick. Yeah, that triangle getting tighter and tighter. It's gonna break
Heads
one way
up,
or the
guys.
other, and I'm leaning to the downside just because.
I'm looking at getting into some SPY puts, some 635 0 DTEs. I am looking at 635 zeros on SPY. Hey guys. Alright guys, I'm in 635 0 DTEs. Taking a run at shorting SPY here. 0 DTE, 635 put, guys. Sized for loss. Sized for loss. Video pushing right back up. Again, this is very aggressive. Buying a retrace of this pivot high. Still looks to be a little bit of a bearish wedge pattern, but SPY can easily bounce back up to 636.60. Can easily bounce back up to there. Nice volume surge there. Contracts are cheap enough for me. I'm not really going to maintain any sort of stop loss. I'm just going to live by the sword, die by the sword on this trade. But it's only 20-point contract, so it's nothing large. Just a little bit of fun money. Nvidia just printed another new all-time high. So Nvidia is seeing all of the liquidity right now. Nvidia printing a new high. Look at that behemoth. It is into a short level itself, guys. AMD curling to the downside. The IWM is hitting. Yep, seeing a little bit of strength in the market. That's okay. It could be a liquidity sweep, but IWM is also into resistance here. 10-minute EMA, opening range low, downsloping trend line. Should see some selling as well. Tesla trying to push back up. Crude oil now up 3% on the session. The dollar up 1%. 10-year yield up 0.73. 2-year yield up 0.23. Gold getting hit. Bitcoin still under 118,000. Down on the tape. IWM seeing some sell side pressure. So this is all Nvidia, guys, pumping here to the high side. Just a one-way freight train to the upside for this behemoth. Absolutely strong, strong, strong price action. Let's look at your other semiconductors. AMD seeing a little bit of selling. IWM finding some rejection off of that key trend line that we just looked at. Microsoft trying to break out of a falling wedge pattern. Apple's still negative. Netflix negative. Tesla's still ripping here. Mr. Apple Dapple taking out the lows. Look at that nasty, nasty decline on Apple. Google negative, Apple negative. Next mega cap to go negative is probably your Meta. Nvidia is still up 1.34%. Taking all the liquidity right now is Meta. Or sorry, Nvidia. Potential head and shoulders on the hourly chart of Apple here. Anybody else see this? We have potentially triggered an hourly head and shoulders on Apple. Uh-oh. That downside move takes Apple to about back to your 211, 210 range. Nasty little bear target for Apple. Nvidia's still pressing, guys.
It might be a good swing play.
wouldn't have been shit if you'd got into this back in April when it was a fucking $1.
Jesus Christ. Radiotherapy for cancer patients.
Kev, were you talking about Arista?
Yeah, I was
You know,
mentioning it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was talking on Spaces a lot about it when it went below 100.
Yeah. No, it's pushing today pretty good when everything is dumping. So I don't know. I mean, it might be a good swing.
Credo's making new highs, or almost new highs for the day, and it's new all-time highs. CRDO.
So Jeffrey, what do you think though? Like, look at the move it made from $1 to 30 in just a couple of months. This thing 25x in 2 months.
Yeah, that's one of the plays I would like to find. Like those are the kind of moves you hope you get.
Well, I found it. I just ignored it.
Yeah,
I don't know shit about it.
I don't even. I don't. There's really not much information on it.
Monative is Infosys. Are they in trouble? Like their business with AI?
The results, I didn't pay that much attention, but the results are not particularly good. So
Yeah, the chart looks awful.
yeah, so none of the outsourcing majors turned in anything exceptional to speak of. So they're all low single digit growth, very profitable, obviously, but if we do have a pullback, those are the first jobs to get cut, right? Consulting jobs get cut very fast by companies. So that, and they are trying to turn their business to building all these AI bots for customers, and deploying all these AI solutions. But it's not going to fill in all the gaps from their traditional
Real quick,
deployment
Monative.
business.
Sorry, Monative.
Yeah, I was waiting for a moment to jump in too. Go ahead.
Apple's falling. I jumped back into SPXs. I said, "Fuck that! I think this could be a break above and fail, trap people, and we're gonna go to the lows. I'm gonna keep these, whether win or lose. I just
Yeah, well, Silencius said that any bounce is a fade. So yeah, I agreed with that. So I mean, like, I'm still in my puts. I like it to the downside. Google is curling over, about to get faded. Apple is about to lose 213. Microsoft has already taken out the low, about to lose 510. Meta's bouncing, but it looks like it's probably will get faded at downtrend resistance. Like, you get only thing that's really bullish is Nvidia, and it can't do it by itself.
Yeah, Apple is just looking ugly. Good job, Kevin BB.
Thank you, sir.
Good job.
Sir,
I don't know if
sir.
BB in it. He just rooting me along.
Yeah, no, I didn't take the trade, but no, I like the levels. That's why I called them out. If wasn't done purchasing, I would have definitely jumped into those puts. But no, it played out perfect. So good job if you guys.
6E contract just put in a hammer candle on the 15-minute.
Oracle has a really nice cup and handle on the 5-minute intraday chart. Market leader Pinterest is closing in on highs of the day.
That is not the market leader.
He said,
Fuck out of here with that shit. I think that wave. What was that? V wave?
Yeah,
D-Wave or E-Wave or something?
V-Wave.
Oh, vape.
No.
Or no, vape. Yeah, vape. Leave it to a Jash to say some foolishness at the end of in power hour. To start power hour, we always get the gesture.
I'm just letting you know there are some stocks still doing okay today.
No, you're not wrong. There are quite a few that are doing pretty good. Which is like, on an overall bearish day, that's strength. Come on, Apple. Let's go past the basement. We're talking about we
So
want magma.
SPY's potentially triggering this bear flag pattern here. Let's flip back to the S&P 500 10-minute chart. It'll be nice to see a flush right down to the low of this channel. Late in the session here, final power hour. Microsoft trying to stabilize. Nvidia still at the highs. Tesla curling slightly lower. Apple down 0.36. That's giving up the goods. All right, end of day sell-off. Come on, give it to us. Give it to us. Take these SPY puts, knife them down. U.S. Treasury expected to borrow 590 billion in October-December quarter. Again, assuming an end of quarter cash balance of 850 billion. Treasury expects to borrow 1.07 trillion in July to September quarter, assuming 850 billion cash. 450 billion higher than April announced because of debt limit adjustment. Uh-oh. That's more liquidity in the market. SPY might like that. We'll see. Maybe it was already priced in, that announcement, but higher liquidity typically means higher stocks. I'm seeing some heavy selling. Same thing with SPY. Come on down. Come on down. Puts are starting to wake up. See if we can get a little bit of a profitable trade on these 0 DTEs. It's a long shot. But that's what we're here for. Here we go. I gotta sit up straight here. Come on, break this bear flag. Break it. Take us to a new low of day. Come on. Nvidia pushing right back up to the highs. What a freaking monster. Just no sell side pressure hitting Nvidia. This is absolutely insane. Insane. There's got to be some point that it gives up here. Can't keep grinding up, 1, 2, 3% each day. It's too big for that. But for the time being, It's pushing 176. Nvidia at new all-time highs right now as we speak. Chop it down. Come on. Chop this market down. Give us that bear flag trigger and break. We've hit this 10-minute EMA once already. Take us lower into the bottom of this channel. That's where I'm looking at taking some profits. AMD curling down. Microsoft trying to bounce. Tesla curling down. SPY catching a bounce because of Nvidia and Microsoft. The big boys on the block are holding this market steady. Nvidia's all-time high price, it tapped 176. My oh my, what an absolute monster. Come on, Nvidia, you got to give up some of these goods here. What's Nvidia's market cap now? Probably something scary. 4.29 trillion. Wow. That is huge. Huge. AMD curling slightly to the downside here. Also potential 10-minute big flag forming on AMD. See if it gives us the break. This has been a market leader. Selling off here into the close a little bit. SPY still dripping. Still holding steady. Microsoft trying to firm up. Again, this does appear to be a SPY bear flag forming. One could already argue we've triggered it with the break of this trend line. The question is, are we going to knife lower? You can see the downside measured move of this bear flag could take us down to 635. You can see the clear resistance every time SPY gets slightly stretched from that 1-minute EMA. 113. You have a bounce to tap it. So we'll see if they stretch us down and bounce us again. Nvidia is still grinding higher. Still riding these 635 zeros, basically flat on the trade. Theta is against us. SPY triggering a bit of a bear flag, bouncing because there's unwavering strength in NVIDIA.
You have an FOMC. What do you expect? They're gonna chop it.
Yeah, they're gonna chop it. Probably backward it tomorrow. Give you a green candle.
They're gonna pin it.
Fucking move right here. Sorry for swearing. This is bullshit.
You can't swear, Jeffrey. The heck.
Oh, we've got people in the audience who might take offense of it, which I can understand. Notice how I'm whispering
Jeffrey?
because my wife is one of them. She'll kill me if I swear.
Soft. So you can see Microsoft's trying to break out of this little bit of an intraday downtrend. Statistical probability. You got that major pivot low, prior day low, falling wedge pattern, slightly oversold, a little bit of positive divergence. It could break out of this little bit of an area. Will NVIDIA see some distribution if Microsoft bounces here? Perhaps. So again, what I'm watching after the bell is CDNS cadence. I think that there is an upside move brewing in cadence. It's one of the highest profit margins, gross profit margins in its landscape, in its industry. It's got a pretty decent valuation, revenue growth, nice technical chart setup. So the fundamentals align higher price. And I do think that this stock is going to get a little bit more overbought technically before it puts in a top. So I'm bullish CDS into earnings. I got one little auto play riding into earnings that I issued to members. And then there are a couple interesting plays after the bell. So we have ticker EXL. What I'm watching here is biotech. Biotech's intriguing me. And this is the first name to set the biotech earnings off. And biotech's interesting to me because XBI chart is consolidating quite nicely. And what I mean by that is if we actually throw on that daily 200 moving average, where is it here? Well, I might have it turned off, but they're consolidating right underneath the daily 200 moving average. It's looking pretty interesting. Nice bull flag. Biotech could be a sector that performs very, very well in the coming sessions. We are seeing the IWM heavy selling here along with the S&P. NVIDIA coming in a little bit. Apple, Google still negative. Qs are still positive. SPY is negative, but a nice rejection off of that top of that wedge pattern on the IWM. NVIDIA is starting to come in a little bit more now. Ever tried dark chocolate with red chili? I tried the, I think it was jalapeno, yeah. Maybe it's red chili. I guess they're the same thing. Jalapeno red chili. Honestly, I love dark chocolate. I love dark chocolate, but it was very peculiar. The bitter and spice, it wasn't my favorite. It was not my favorite, but I think my mother liked it. Yeah, it is good for energy. It's a nice antioxidant. But definitely an acquired taste. Really not going to be eating it for taste. Yep, less on sugar. Absolutely. Pure cocoa. I like to drink cacao. I've done a number of cacao ceremonies, and those are really, really cool. So SPY's really not doing anything here. It's just still hovering. Final 40 minutes left in the tape. Microsoft trying to break out of its falling wedge pattern. You can see Nvidia just right back up. Right back up. So starting to see some sellers here. Push in the markets. Semiconductors seeing some volume. So the trade on CDNS, and it's just one contract that I have. It's one upside call. They're pretty expensive. But it's a 360 call for September 19th at $7.30. So just one contract. I'm keeping it light because of the earnings. Just over 700 bucks, but 360 call September 19th. So that's basically about a 8% move from current levels. And it's also a really healthy technical setup at this chart. I'm really hoping that it's not a fake liquidity grab because the daily chart you've broken out, You had that weekly chart breakout, and the fundamentals are actually pretty decent. Lost me at that contract price? Did I lose you at the contract price? For CDNS, 360 call, September 19th. And again, just based off of this inverse head and shoulders that's breaking on the weekly, you've actually had that breakout here, which was confirmed last week. So, I mean, you've had two candles break out here on the weekly. It's definitely setting up, in my opinion, for a potential continuation. And this pattern here could take this stock all the way to 420. So it looks very interesting for me. But obviously, I would get long more in size. I'd look to pick up probably another 5 to 10 contracts. If the earnings impact is good. So if this gaps up, then it likely does mean that we're going to push for this 420 target on CDNS. Still charging. Longs on Tesla? Yeah, I do. Yep. I'm in the 340 September 19th call. So that's my position on Tesla. 340 September 19th call. And then if Tesla breaks out of this wedge pattern, I'm going to be looking to get into some farther dated strikes. I'm looking at 400 plus, between 400 to 430. That's where I'm looking to potentially get long as well. But it hasn't broken out yet. Still just chopping. But my current position is 340 September 19th call. Yep, Tesla's a monster right now, for sure. Going through a little bit of selling, but outperforming the market today. Good sign for Tessie. Really good sign. Looks like it's breaking the lows right now. Could go through a pretty hard sell-off into the close. Apple also seeing Google coming in a little bit more. Meta, full round trip there. Amazon, that's starting to come in as well. It's really your semiconductors that are still holding firm. IWM trying to get above this downsloping trend line. Still printing new highs, guys, on Nvidia. This is a one-way market in semiconductor land. Nvidia is just sucking all the liquidity right now. All of the liquidity. Nvidia just tapped my next resistance trend line. Wow. This is a short level on Nvidia, guys. If you want to take 170, 250 puts 1 to 2 months out, that should work out. Yeah, exactly. Everything is going downhill and Nvidia is rocketing. One stock market, 4.3 trillion deep. That's bigger than, I don't know what the S&P 500 calculation is anymore, but it's probably bigger than 80% of the companies combined. So just going through things here, the Dixie outperforming to up 1%, gold down 0.66, natural gas down 1.47, crude oil up 3%. Big move on crude today. Had a very decent short opportunity for crude. I'm very tempted. I want to see one more little sweep, but crude has entered my short zone. But one more little sweep of the highs. Just trading it patiently here. And I will look to exit crude, or sorry, enter crude short. Looking at gold intraday, gold putting in a bit of a bear flag itself. Gold still should go a touch lower on the chart, but trading in bearish environment since the US dollar has woken up from the lows, hitting multi-year support. Today the S&P, IWM are negative, QQQ positive. A lot of selling has occurred under the hood of this market, but pockets of mega cap tech strength is once again insulating this market. Specifically, semiconductor are still propping this market up. Looking at Bitcoin, Bitcoin and crypto are going through a bit of distribution itself. I discussed the 3,900 to 4,000 level in Ethereum. I missed the short personally on Ethereum. I was in bed sleeping, but that is a nice healthy level on ETH to short off of. It's looking pretty tasty. You have some outperformance in your consumer discretionary XLY. So XLY has been outperforming the indices. That's your Teslas, Amazon, Nike, Home Depot, and the likes. Apple, we got to be watching Apple because Apple has triggered a bit of a bearish head and shoulders pattern on the hourly chart. You haven't confirmed the breakdown, but it has triggered it. So if you lose this prior day low on Apple, Apple does see more downside, call it to the 211 zone. So keep that on watch. Today you've had some good down moves in Coinbase. Look at Coinbase continuing to see more selling. Here comes heavy volume in SPY. You've also seen some heavy selling take place in Circle today. MSTR, another one that's had a green to red reversal. IWM seeing more downside liquidity. Come on, SPY, take us lower. Flush it into the close. Nvidia is starting to see a bit of distribution. So here you have this battle of the mega caps, Nvidia coming in, but Microsoft trying to catch some of that liquidity, firming up. Apple still holding steady. Google right now is weak on the session, going through its bit of a distribution. Meta. Oops, it's the wrong chart. Meta right now pretty much gapping and cracking as well. Let's see if they want to dump Nvidia into the close. That's what we've been seeing lately. Sell side pressure hitting the tape late into the close. You can see SPY's just holding this little bit of a trend line right now. Dump us hard into the close. This pattern suggests we still have another leg lower in the S&P 500. Netflix down another 0.88%. Weakness in your financials hitting. Looking at Citigroup. Citigroup also has a wide distribution range. Big move down, big bounce. Tighter range looks like another trip lower could occur in your financial stocks. JPM. See this US dollar. One of the reasons why Bitcoin and gold are seeing some near-term sell-side pressure is the big surge in the Dixie. Can the Dixie break out of this inverse head and shoulders now, guys? We have a pretty decent daily chart inverse head and shoulders. Typically when the dollar goes up, it does force pressure on US equities as well as emerging markets. So if the Dixie breaks out of this inverse head and shoulders, we could see more weakness creep into this market. The big psychological level will be above $100, but this Dixie inverse head and shoulders, if it breaks out, suggests a move into the 101.51 zone. 101.51 zone. And we have a ton of economic data this week, from employment to unemployment to GDP to Federal Reserve interest rate decisions, Bank of Canada interest rate decisions, ISM manufacturing data, inflation expectation data. I mean, you name it. There is pretty much everything is happening this week. And then you pile in earnings again. Wow. It's going to be an interesting tale of the tape. Nvidia starting to come in just a touch more. Open down 8%. I remember discussing this open trade. No one thought it was going to come down. And now look where open is trading. Sub $3. Just a filthy, filthy liquidity sweep and trap. Nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Look at LIDR. This is another one that's just absolutely been filthy. Sweeping the highs. Wish I caught that short move. I mean, I looked at it at the open, but look at that, 37% short trade. Monster move down. Absolutely a monster. SPY pushing right back up. If there's any final tickers you guys want to look at into the close, put them in the chat box now. We got tomorrow, the big UNH. UNH earnings tomorrow. Tomorrow. Is it going to gap down? Or is it into a value area? Time will tell. We're obviously leaning more bullish UNH, but earnings is always a variable that you cannot really count on. Microsoft is curling to the upside here. So Microsoft seeing a nice little bit of a 50-minute bounce off of the lows. You can see prior day low worked out quite well. 70 bounce so far and building on top of it. Indeed, just an absolute beast. See SPYs firming up yet again, trying to press. They are trying to take SPY positive here into the close. SMCI up 10%. Wow, what a move on SMCI. What a move on SMCI. Will they take SPY positive into the close here? It seems like they're at least trying to do so. SMCI just continuing to rocket. Monster move on SMCI. Do I see a dump coming on SPY? At the moment, no. They're squeezing it into the close here. Do I see a dump still within the next 1 to 2 weeks? Yeah, I do. But it's a tough market. It's a really tough market right now. No one's selling. You can see the dips are being bought. Every single 1 minute deviation away from the mean intraday is being gobbled up. So you still have to have some bullish. I mean, there's a lot of selling that has occurred today, but that money has not left the markets as a whole. It's been simply, I guess, chasing and bidding up Nvidia and a few individual names in the semi space. Look at the squeeze into the close here on SPY. They are trying to take it back to the green side. 65 pennies away from doing so. Pretty insane. Microsoft spiking, SPY getting a lot of volume here and volatility. Some CDNS news. Microsoft getting a big buy the dip here. This is what's helping the market push up. Really big buy program in Microsoft. So again, not much capital is losing this market, leaving this market. It's just simply rotating. Crude oil. Look at crude, still going for another new high of day. Very strong price in crude. So close to shorting crude oil today, but my gut is just saying wait for one more push. Wait for one more push in crude. But I'm so close. There's a little bit of a dip on SPY. Still continuing. Gold is catching a nice bid here into the close. Microsoft catching a bid into the close. Apple has turned back to the positive side, guys. So Apple's flirting basically flat on the session. IWM still negatives. S&P still negative. QQQ still positive on the session. Apple's basically negating this head and shoulders right now, recapturing that neckline is a bullish short-term signal for Apple. Very bullish short-term signal. Potentially a little liquidity sweep on Apple. Rams look at NVCR. Let's take a peek at that. Jeez. NVCR. Yeah, nasty down move for sure over the last few sessions here. Down another 3.32%. That's a news drop, it seems. Oh, earnings drop, I guess. So what happened? Poor forward guidance because it looks like a double beat. NVCR, I would let it sweep these lows. And then maybe there's a bit of a dead cat bounce trade. But it needs to sweep the $11 level. That's for sure. Just from a pure technical standpoint. Yeah, that's a nasty chart breakdown. I don't even know what the market cap is on this guy. 1.3 billion. So yeah, let that go lower. Let that go lower. So a huge pump into the close here. They are trying to take SPY green. Odds are they try to. But what a monster move here into the close. Seems like the 0 DTE call options would have printed to the upside here. Epic push. Look at that, going right back to this high of this channel potentially. Backtesting 636.90. Look at them punching SPY to the high side. What a monster move. Oh my, oh my. Look at that pump. You can see the liquidity just flying into this market. Absolutely soaring and roaring into the equity market. SPY almost back to the green side. IWM not as big of a bounce as the S&P 500. Nvidia, Microsoft still trying to punch. This is a mega cap pump into the close. I repeat, it's a mega cap tech pump into the close. Epic move here on the S&P 500. Looking to end the day pretty firmly, pumping to the high side. As Nvidia just printed a new high, new all-time high on Nvidia, 176.54 I'm reading. 176.54. Pushing. Look at this move. My oh my, SPY is flying. 0 DTE chasers chasing the calls. Printing to the high side. Holy moly. What a monster move. Ripping still. Microsoft ripping. Look at that move in Nvidia. Final 10 minutes, billions flowing into the equity markets. WTI crude printing another higher spike. Wow. AMD catching a very big move into the close. Microsoft catching a very big move into the close. Nvidia is still printing. Look at that epic falling wedge pattern on Microsoft. That is crazy. Apple, huge spike. Google, continuing to rip here on heavy volume. Tesla not participating in this recent little surge. Let's look at Meta. But that was really your QQQ NASDAQ pump that lifted the markets. Just extraordinary surge. Nvidia is still ripping here, guys. Nvidia just does not stop. Look at that epic move. They are wanting shorts out of this name like you cannot believe. My oh my. Nvidia, really large negative divergence on the daily chart of Nvidia, an even larger negative divergence on the weekly chart of Nvidia. Nvidia's now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is its 6th consecutive week of higher price action to come. I thought Nvidia was going to build a right shoulder here, but it's just been a boom. One way vertical move to the upside. Nvidia has rallied 102% off of the lows since April, 102%. How crazy is that? I would say it's pretty freaking crazy. Just that dump that we had, boom, right back up. Coming into a standard deviation, 2 standard deviation band on the hourly chart of NVIDIA. You're already hitting a 2 standard deviation band on the 4-hour chart. So what an absolute blow off top there. My oh my. I'm tempted to get into NVIDIA puts, but we just never know if they want to gap this guy up tomorrow and then sell into that liquidity. If they gap NVIDIA up tomorrow, then I'm definitely getting into some put options. And I'll probably throw, I don't know, 10 to 20 grand in the trade. All right, guys, thank you all for tuning in. What a monster pump there late in the session on the S&P, NASDAQ, and IWM. That was a filthy rally off of the lows, basically rallying from the low here, 635.80 to 637. Huge move into the close with mega cap tech pumping. I will be watching CDNS earnings here after the bell. CDNS earnings. Let's see what that stock wants to do. I'm hoping for a bullish reaction to the upside. We will see what happens. And then another one I'm interested in is this XEL. This could shape up for biotechs. So Cadence is set to report here. That's the first big one here on the session. Look at Cadence going, guys. Let's go. Come on, keep it steady. Keep it steady. CDNS pumping. Keep it steady. I like this name a lot. Keep it going. CDNS. Cadence Design System. Q2 EPS 59 cents. Wow. Fiscal year net 1.09 billion. Fiscal year revenue 5.21 billion. What was its consensus, its estimate? It's freaking coming in so fast I can't even read it. So far, very positive reaction, guys. Our 360 calls are almost there. So it looks to be a positive reaction there so far for CDNS, guys. Look at the push on CDNS, guys. We are almost at that 360 strike zone that we provided. Surfers, I hope you got in with us. This is a monster move on CDNS. Look at that move. This is one we can now trade on the long side. Beautiful move on CDNS. So beautiful double beat for CDNS. Earnings per share came in at 59 cents US. Adjusted EPS is $1.65 versus the estimate of $1.55. So a beautiful 10-cent beats on the EPS side. You also got net income 449.88 million versus the estimate of 411 million. So beating it by about 49 million there on the net income side. Huge growth. The fiscal year revenue 5.2 billion to 5.27 billion. Outlook fiscal adjusted EBITDA margin is 43.5. Huge growth rates posting on CDNS. Double beat for CDNS here, guys. Revenue topped 1.75 billion versus the estimate of 1.25 billion. So nice double beat for CDNS. This one should press here, guys. So a beautiful daily chart breakout on CDNS. We are obviously riding these 360 September 19th calls. And this stock continues to show epic growth margins, still a leader in its space in terms of profit growth. Very quality company here, CDNS, Cadence Systems. Quite a bit of room to run when you factor in some of how other stocks in its competitors' market have run. EXL, guys, gapping down here. So this is your first little biotech exposure. I'm not too sure what the actual report is here. I'll try to pull it up here. EXLS quarter two adjusted net income 212 million, 212.6 million versus the estimate of 158. Okay, that's a beat. So that's a big beat. Net income Wow, I'm surprised it's gapping down this much. 560. Oh, it missed on the revenue side. Okay. So Q2 revenue miss 568 million, reported estimate was 574.5. Here on TradingView it's 580. So a miss on the revenue for biotech, but a beat on the adjusted net income. Okay, it's not too bad. This one we could potentially have as a trade tomorrow. Do we have after the bell Nucor? Let's see what NU is doing. Nucor right now, kind of just flat on the session. Likely he's going to get a peekaboo higher. All right, guys, I am going to wrap up the stream. Thank you all for tuning in. Let's see if CDNS can open into the 360 zone tomorrow, which means if CDNS opens up into this 360 zone, the call options that we're taking, you have triggered this epic inverse head and shoulders follow through on earnings. That gives us a monster upside target to trade at 420. I'll be looking to roll into some farther dated strikes. But we'll see where it opens up tomorrow. But these should be printing to the high side, our September 19th call options. I just took one contract. It was risky, it was aggressive, but we should make probably at least a 1 to 2,000 on that particular contract. I'm expecting this contract to probably double and then some since we have so much time on clock and we're really close to being in the money there. But nevertheless, thank you all for tuning in again. I appreciate the support and we'll see you on the charts tomorrow. Again, this is a huge week. Lots of economic data starting tomorrow, but Wednesday really starts to pick up across the board for economic news and data.